GDG. All right, so I'm very, very glad to welcome you all to this event. My name is Amadi Austin, Chukwemeka. I'm one of the co-organizers of this wonderful event. So, and I know GDG Owerri started last year, and this is our first live event or physical event. That of last year, the DevFest for last year was held virtually, and it was kind of boring. But this is our first live event in Owerri, so it's a cool stuff, and it's a wonderful experience for us to witness. Okay, so let's get started. I'm so happy to be here, and I know you guys are also happy to be here. So if you're outside, please come inside. We are about to get started, please. If you're outside, please come inside. Thank you. Hello. If you're outside, please come inside. All right. So like I said earlier, my name is Amadi Austin, one of the co-organizers. Here with me is.
My name is Daniel Favor. And I'm George Angel.
So we'll be managing this stage together and to make this event a wonderful one. So I'm going to introduce to us our GDG lead here, Owerri branch. So he will be coming to give us an introductory speech, which will be a brief one before we invite our first speaker to the stage. So I'm calling on Gospel Chinyerugo. So a round of applause for him, please. It's not easy. It's not easy.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Can we clap again, please? For ourselves now, not for me anyway. Okay. I'm so excited to be here this morning. I don't know if you are. And I'm really glad you all showed up. So first of all, I want to just do a brief talk around what GDG Owerri is there for, and then basically why we are here today. So GDG Owerri is more like a community, right? A community of tech enthusiasts, whether you're a developer, designer, you just use tech, or you are just a business person, right? That wants to integrate the tech, whatever, into your space. So it's not just strictly for developers. Festival to celebrate ourselves. So we will just be hearing mostly soft talks and then a few technical talks. And then after that we'll be discussing about the ecosystem here in Owerri. So I just want you to know that this occasion here is for you and for you. So it's not strictly for developers. It's not strictly for those that are up there in the game. It's basically for all of us, right? On that note, I would like us to still clap for ourselves again, and then also I would like to hand over the mic to him to make this, get the show started, right? A round of applause, please.
Okay, thank you, our lead. Thank you for that short speech. So I want us to have a little video about DevFest, just a few minutes, a minute video. So because this is a worldwide event, so every part of every country, Africa, Asia, Europe, so normally do this event. So that's what it's called Developer Festival. So it's not only us in Owerri. So like as of last week or last 2 weeks, Lagos did their own DevFest Lagos. So we have DevFest to you, DevFest. This one is DevFest Owerri. So it's a general, a global stuff. So can you increase the video, please? Increase the volume.
See the difference you can make by working together as a community.
So after the video, so
We've already started to see the difference we can make by working together as a community.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yes. Okay, let me just summarize my talk. So, as we saw in the video, it's all about community, community, community. And then the idea behind GDG is basically build, connect, grow. So just these three things are what is driving this community. Build, connect, and what? Grow. So we are here to connect, we are here to network with each other, and then we are here to what? Grow. Last year saw us kind of go on a slight pause due to the situation, right? And then we believe this year has ushered in a new era, and then next year we are coming out with a bang. So with that, I would like to call the show to start off, and then that would mean we'll be starting off with our next talk. Then the next talk from there, after that, we would have a breakout session, and after the breakout session, we should have our networking and every other thing. So I just want you to feel relaxed, and then let's just get the show started.
Thank you very much. For our first session, we're going to be talking about the entrepreneurship mindset. Now, our speaker is a creative learner. He's an innovator and a social entrepreneur, passionate about leveraging technology to solving the deep socioeconomic challenges facing all local communities for life enrichment and empowerment. Please join me as I welcome Innocent Unachuku.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. I heard the organizer say, build, grow. Please, is there like a slogan? Maybe like GDG, we say something or what? Help me out here. What do we? GDG, so no. Please. Okay. Okay, we're going to form something, right? So I think it makes sense. If we say GDG, we can say build, connect. Awesome. That makes a lot of sense. So GDG. The reason why I want to echo this is that, look, in events like this, you have lots of talk. Them in Owerri, I'm an ecosystem person. I cut across a lot of the communities in Owerri ecosystem, dev, culture, a lot. I cut across a lot across all the different communities that we have in Owerri. But in a very specific form, I am somehow passionate about this specific community, which is the dev community. Because as we know, everything is being, scaled with technology. Once technology hits anything, it's able to scale. Technology, the tech sector is like the democratizer of everything that is possible. With tech, it means that I can start a pay stack right in my house, even on my phone. And 5 years down the line, I'm competing with Google. It's hard to do that in any other sector. Very hard. Because with tech, you could build something once, which is a very strong model. You could build something once and sell it over and over and over and over again. You could repair something once, and it's repaired for every 5 million persons that you are using. You can't do that for hardware. Now, that brings us to our topic today, which is the entrepreneurship mindset. I didn't get time, How long do I have? Or is it infinite? And you didn't tell me. Jesus Christ. So I have like 21 slides here, and I don't think I can do that in 15 minutes. So I think what I want to do is to engage. Even if I don't finish my slides, we could send it to you later. I'm not big on completing slides. I want to leave an impact. When I teach, lights come on. So if I'm able to make a light bulb come on within you, then I would have done my job. The entrepreneurship mindset. Can I get the next slide, please? There are two things. Everybody in this room has one endeavor or the other, but there are always two things. You have the talent of your business, and then you have the business of your talent. Everybody here, is learning one crazy thing about or the other. Everybody is jumping into one big stuff. Everybody has some super skills that they are doing. That is the talent of your business. The issue that we are having, especially in the tech community, is that everybody thinks like developers. People aren't thinking like business people. And that brings us to the business of your talent. Next slide, please. Sometimes, the best gift that you could give to somebody is the gift of a new perspective. And with the very following slides, I hope to give you a new perspective that maybe you will take the skills that you have in your hands more seriously. Next slide, please. My story. 15 minutes won't be enough to cover that. But the long story short is that as a young man too, I came out of university, and sometime in, I think 2008 or so, I got a job. I got a job with probably the biggest soft drink bottler in the world. Probably I made every of those that you drink between here and down east. And I served there for 10 and a half years. And finally, I'm out. And I'm chasing those dreams. And that's my story. This year, I've been able to turn myself into an accountant. And for the past, this is my 8th week. In 8 weeks, I think I've been able to turn myself again into a junior developer right now. So I think that's all about me. Next slide. The entrepreneurship mindset is about thinking and acting like the owner. The entrepreneurship mindset is not where I tell you that no, everybody should own a business. You must start a business. If you are an employee, no, you won't go anywhere. That's so wrong. Next slide, please. I know you must have seen this woman now. Do you think she's an entrepreneur? Does she look like an entrepreneur? But it's not so much as what she's doing. The real issue is how she's doing it. The mentality driving what she does. Next slide, please. Are these guys entrepreneurs? Definitely not, Nabi. Definitely not, because they are in the factory, they are factory workers. Everybody here is an entrepreneur. You are the CEO first of You Limited. I am the CEO of Me Limited. Everybody is an entrepreneur. Whether you are working for somebody, whether you own something that you are working on, you are an entrepreneur because you are a business. You are a going concern. Next slide, please. But here is the difference. The entrepreneurship mindset is not about whether you own a business or you are working for somebody. It is the understanding that you are either trading time or you are leveraging time. There are different models. A lot of like a senior developer. What's he trading? Is he trading expertise or is he trading time? What do you think he's trading? A senior developer working with Google and earning like 1 million every month. What do you think he's trading? Is he trading his expertise? What's Google paying him for? Is it paying him for that time or is it paying him for his expertise? What do you think?
His expertise.
Expertise. Now, with all his expertise, if he doesn't show up for work, will he get paid? If you don't come to work with all your expertise, will you get paid? If you don't open your laptop and get your job done, will you get paid? The entrepreneurship mindset is about building systems that leverage time and not selling time. A doctor sells time. He's not selling expertise, because if he does not appear physically and do the operation, he doesn't get paid. So the entrepreneurship mindset is about creating and leveraging time, creating systems that help you leverage time, not necessarily helping you to sell your personal time, because your personal time is limited. Let's say you are a senior dev and I give you a job to do like 1,000 websites in 15 hours. I'm sure you will die trying to code 1,000 websites in 15 minutes. First of all, you can't do it. And the goal is simple. You want to build wealth and you want to achieve personal fulfillment. Have you met people in life that have money but are not fulfilled? Well, if you are not met, you are looking at one. Because probably if I tell you the salary I left, I resigned voluntarily. I got tired of working for money. I wasn't fulfilled. So I retired voluntarily. I'm a pensioner, as you are looking at me like this in my young age. I didn't want to wait till 70. Because I don't want to wake up on the chair when I'm 70 and I'm full of regrets of the things that I wanted to do that I didn't do. The big businesses that I wanted to build that I didn't build. Those skills that I wanted to get that I didn't get. I didn't want to wait till 70 when I couldn't do anything. Next slide, please. You need to understand the aim of all our hustle. Why do we wake up every morning? Why do we go to school? Why are you learning that new stuff that you are learning? Why all the hustle? Why all the bustle? You need to be clear. And that is the entrepreneurship mindset. It doesn't matter whether you're an employee or you're an employer. Your mindset needs to be clear. You need to understand why you wake up every morning. You need to understand why you are learning that new thing. You need to understand why you are pursuing these skills. There are different routes. You want to make a living. You want to build wealth. You want to achieve fulfillment. And you want to be happy ultimately. Because it pains my heart that I see people who took up jobs so that they can earn a living, feed their family, and be comfortable, and they end up in jobs that give them heartache, that make them sad, that doesn't in any way, enrich their lives. So many people are stuck in jobs right now. They don't like the job, but they can't stop. Why? Because they have to pay bills. So at the end of the day, the reason you took up those jobs, learned those stuff, took those career routes, it's not being delivered. There is nothing more sorrowful than that. Because I know at my level, I had colleagues, I still have colleagues who are still there, but they don't have any solution. They have bills to pay. They are trapped in jobs that we all took in our youth. That's why we trained for almost 17, 20, 25 years of our life, right? From primary school, secondary school, everything. We spent almost 22 years of our lives preparing ourselves to get this job. That once you get this job, our lives, all our dreams will come true. And after 25 years down the line, you are stuck in a job that gives you heartache. It doesn't pay you a living wage. And it has zapped away all your time. And you are just aging. Next slide, please. Short and long-term thinking. The entrepreneurship mindset. Remember, my key focus for today is that you are an entrepreneur. You are a business. You are a company. Whether you are working for somebody or you are working for yourself. What needs to change is the thinking, the mindset. Next slide, please. As an employee, you think profit. Profit in terms of money you make, how much is your salary, and all those stuff. As a business, as a personal person, you need to think about sustainability. If you cannot code today, what happens? If you lose your job from that big company and you cannot get another one, what happens? Think about sustainability. Think about legacy. Think about succession. Can your child inherit that job you have at Google? Think about it. think like an entrepreneur. Don't think like an employee. Next slide. Moving up the ladder. I think my time is up. They will send this to you, but I think I will round up with moving up the ladder because it boils down to what everybody here. Whether you are working for somebody or you are working for yourself, one day you want to climb up the ladder. But how do we climb up the ladder? Next slide. You know, we are caught up at the beginning. We are always caught up with this problem. People think that you need to rise more in the job or to grow in the job, you need to get more technical skills. You need to get more, you need to get better at what you do, technical skills. If you want to grow in an organization, as you grow in an organization, you need less of technical skills. You need more of people's skills. They pay you more for your ability to manage people, to manage process, and to manage projects. Because it doesn't matter how much skill you have. Your boss who manages you earns more than you. And he may not even know how to code. So as you grow in your career, in your dev career, as you put more effort in learning your dev skills, your technical skills, please put a little bit of effort too in learning people's skills, how to manage projects and how to manage processes. Because at the end of the day, companies pay human managers more than they pay technical managers. So I think with this few points of mine, I hope I've not been able to confuse you, but to convince you that the entrepreneurship mindset is what boosts you up in your career, whether you are an employee or you are an entrepreneur. Thanks a lot, guys. See you at the top.
Another round of applause for him, please. Thank you, sir, for that wonderful talk. I think it's something that we all need to look into very well and try to assimilate and understand and apply it in real life. Yeah, to see how it's going to help us, because a whole lot of stuff is happening in tech world. So as having that entrepreneurship mindset will really help you a lot to grab your opportunities at the right time. So thanks for that wonderful talk. We really appreciate that. So moving up to our next speaker, I don't know. Okay, let's introduce our next speaker, please.
Our next speaker will be talking about building beautiful apps using technical and technological solutions. He'll be talking about basic concepts of Flutter application design patterns. Please make welcome Elise Ifebu.
All right, let's welcome Elise, a software engineer who builds mobile applications. So let's see concept of building applications using Flutter, which is a Google technology. So, and we are Google developers. So this is a very important topic that you need to grasp, especially mobile developers in the house. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Austin. Hello, everyone. First of all, I want to thank the organizers of this program, of this event. They really did a terrific work today. And also to the last speaker, Mr. Innocent, when he was saying something that really caught my attention, when he talked about building a sustainable business, something that's sustainable. He also made mention of you staying in your room and building like probably a software solution like Stripe or something. So when you talk about building something like that, we are talking about building something that we expect to scale. We expect it to be sustainable. We expect for other programmers to come in and actually work on the project with us. So that is where the basic concept of a Flutter application design pattern comes in. It's about knowing how to actually structure your applications when you're building it, how to layer it so that you have separation of concerns. You don't have different layers that are so tied to each other, tightly coupled. So that is what we'll be speaking about today, how to actually structure your Flutter application when you're building a mobile app. And I hope we all know that Flutter is used to build cross-platform applications ranging from iOS, Android, web, Linux and Mac OS. So what exactly is design pattern? Just like I was trying to narrate now, design pattern is just a way of let's like this. Design pattern is just a way of structuring your app. And when it comes to design pattern, the one I'm going to be focused on today is what we call the three-layer architecture. Now, when it comes to the three-layer architecture, we have the presentation layer, the business layer, and the data layer. Now, when you come to the presentation layer is exactly what you see when you turn up your mobile app. You open Facebook, Twitter, you see a button that says login. That is the presentation layer. That is what the user sees when the user opens the app. So the user sees a text field, a login form, enter your email, enter your password. The user enters the email, enter the password, and clicks on login. So any animations that the user sees when the user clicks the button, those are all part of the presentation layer. Sorry. So those are all part of the presentation layer. The animations, the theming, the color, all those visual stuff that the user can see when the user opens your app. That's your next billion-dollar idea app. That's what is called the presentation layer. Now, when it comes to the business layer, the business layer has to do with the logic, the use cases of your app, what a specific task the app is doing. I'll try an example here. Just imagine you build like a Stripe kind of system, let's say payment stuff. So the user comes into the app, you have a very beautiful app, hopefully. You have a wonderful designer that dishes out good designs for your app. So the user logs in, creates an account, of course, using the presentation layer, logs in. Now, when the user logs in, is the work, that details is taken, and the user logs into your app, enters the app, and let's say the user needs to process a certain payment or something. The user is transferring funds from one account to someone else's account. So the logic that handles any computation that needs to be made is handled in the business layer. That's what the business layer handles, what the business layer is solely responsible for. Now, next slide. So now when we get to the data layer, the data layer is mostly about storage. You understand? Where do this data, the user data, where do the data lives? And when it comes to the data layer, it's kind of grouped into two separate categories, where you have like the remote data and the local data, the data that is stored locally in the user's device. If you're using any database available, you could use Hive, SQLite. I'm sure there are a couple of back-end engineers here. So, and why the remote layer? It has to do with going remotely connecting to probably a database. You have hosted somewhere, Firebase, MongoDB, wherever you have your data hosted. So that's what the data layer is primarily concerned with. Now, this is just a little summary of what the layers are all about. But now I want to give you kind of a real-life illustration. Now, imagine where you go to a restaurant. You want to, I don't know what you guys like eating. You want to eat rice and chicken or something. You know, you want to take a cold drink on a very hot afternoon. You go to the restaurant and you sit down. Now, I want you to imagine that restaurant you're sitting on is the presentation layer. The restaurant looks very beautiful. Chairs, very wonderful chairs, AC, wonderful TV playing, I don't know, maybe very nice music you love or something. So that is the presentation layer. Now, normally what happens in a well-organized place is you have someone come to you and kind of ask you, good afternoon, good day, what do you want to eat, what do you want to drink? So you make your request and the person just sit down. Now the presentation layer has communicated. Now the waiter takes your order, goes to the kitchen, gives the chef there, say, okay, Mr. Innocent wants to have fried rice and chicken. So the chef gives order to maybe, I don't know what they call smaller chefs, I don't know. I've experienced in my short time as a software engineer is most times you need other people to come into your project depending on how big it is. Whether you're building an open source project, you're building a private project, whatever you're building, you're going to have a couple of people on your team depending on the kind of project you are trying to build. So it's going to be very difficult if when the new developer wants to come in, he finds it very difficult to come into your code base. And a classical example of that is with the way Flutter is written. You know, in Flutter we say everything is a widget. So you can just declare, I want a column. I want a column. Column is going to align things vertically. I want a row horizontally and all that. You can actually write your logic there, like the business logic of the app. You can write it as you're building your UI. Now, normally when you start building with Flutter, that is the basic concepts that most new beginners understand. That is how I started myself. You understand? You write everything there. Now, the problem with writing everything there is your whole code is jumbled up. Like every unit handles everything it needs to handle. There's no separation of concerns. When someone comes into the code, the person goes to your presentation layer and the person is seeing the business logic there. It's going to be very difficult for the person to understand what you wrote, probably when you were kind of in deep inside the code. The person finds it hard to come in to contribute to the project. I'm sure most of us must have experienced something like this. Then another beautiful one there is testability and scalability. I talked about scalability earlier. Now, testability. When it comes to building a mobile application, you need the industry standard now, and I'm sure most of the software engineers here will agree with me, is you need to be able to test your code. You need to be able to test that your code does what you say it will do. In Flutter, there's a whole lot of tests we could do, but primarily the three we have is unit test, widget test, and integration test. Now, when it comes to unit testing, just as the name implies, you're testing a particular unit of your code, a particular have what we call entities, and when it comes to the business layer, have what we call model. Understand? Both of them are basically, they're almost the same thing. You understand? But entity is like what takes how the data is structured in the database, whatever database you're using. How is it structured there? A classical example is when you're logging in the database, what you have is the username and the password. Now, that is the entity of what we expect from the database. Now, but when it comes to the presentation layer expects username, password, confirm password. You see that there's an extra field there. So, but if you have a very good separation of concerns, when you actually design build your app structurally very well, when you have to like inject an extra field into your model, you know that now the entity is not concerned about the model. You understand? The entity doesn't really care what the model does. All the entity knows is that this is the data I'm going to give you. You can handle the data anyhow you want to handle it when you're presenting it to the user. So the learning curve is a little confusing at first, but if you keep at it, it's something you can get to understand. Now, boilerplate codes. What boilerplate code means is I could just be writing an application to do something very simple, but the amount, when I'm structuring my app, the amount of code, the way I need to like lay everything out, it takes a couple of keystrokes. Like you have to type to get it to be exactly how you want it to be. Then the last one may not be so suitable for every project. If you're just building an app to chat with your friend, or you're building an app just to calculate number, a calculator app, probably you don't need a very crazy design pattern. Like you don't need all this robust architecture. You could just write your code how you want to write it. Something that a whole lot of developer Flutter YouTuber. The course is a little old. It came out in 2019. So. But it's a very, very good course. The only difference, the only downside to that is that the course has not been updated to use null safety, because we had an upgrade on Flutter and that, where Flutter now implemented null safety. So that is the only issue you're going to have there. But other than that, it's a very good course. So that is if you want to go further and actually learn and understand what design pattern is all about. Next slide. All right. So that has been it, guys. I just hope you guys understand the importance of having a good design structure. So when you're building your next app, you can go ahead and implement it, because we're trying to become good entrepreneurs. So we want something that can scale. We want something that will go into the future and even live longer than us. So that we need to build it so that it can be sustainable. So thank you, guys.
Please, another round of applause. Another one, please. Yeah, so as most of us here are developers, right? So this is a very good topic you need to like dive into, or you need to like understand, because this is just the foundation of you building an app that is going to scale. You can't just wake up one morning, open your VS Code and start typing in code, because that code is going to be used by many people. And once many people start bouncing on your app or web or anything, you now see that there is need for you to follow a standard design pattern. So this is a good topic you need to look into. So we are Google developers, and Google has a technology called Flutter. So Flutter is used in web in developing mobile application. You can also use it for web and all that. So Flutter is also a technology you can look into. If you have not heard of Flutter before, if you have not heard of design pattern before, fine, it's cool. You can also look into that. So thank you, Mr. Ellis, for that wonderful topic. We really appreciate that. So we are going to go in for another wonderful topic. This is a remote topic. Okay, let me give my mic to my...
Okay. Our next speaker is going to be speaking to us remotely. He's not physically here. He's going to be talking to us about a gentle introduction to service workers and workbox. He's an application developer and a Google developer expert. Please join me as I welcome Joel Humberto Gomez Paredes.
Yeah, so we are going to see him now. Yeah? Okay. Can you increase the volume?
Thank you for coming to this event. I'm gonna talk about Okay, the agenda for this talk is why service worker, why workers, service workers, workbox, and workbox on React applications. So we can start. What is service worker? Like you know, or maybe not. It's maybe some people is not a web developer, but basically, JavaScript run on the main thread, but the UI runs in the main thread too. So what is happening here? When you are executing a lot of JavaScript, I talking about some tasks, repetitive tasks. Maybe you forgot to declare an exit option for example, for recursive function. I don't know. There is a lot of things can cause you this part of the execute to use using the main thread executing a lot of JavaScript. The UI is frozen. It's I don't know if you have, for example, you are loading as a website, and when you try to click something. For example, a checkbox, or for example, an input, actually the cursor is not there, and after a little time lapse, okay, the input starts to respond to your interaction. That is the why. That is why, because you are executing a lot of JavaScript, and the main thread and the UI can respond if the main thread is busy. So every piece of JavaScript you write, it's executing a main thread with the UI. So you need to be very, very careful with the task you assign to the main thread. So the heavy computation sometimes in JavaScript, or we need to make a lot of operations. So the workers comes here to give you a capability to use threads on JavaScript. Like I say, this is not a thread because JavaScript is a single thread, but we can establish a communication with these workers using a post message API. So it's very helpful when we need to use a lot of computation inside of browsers. So, and what kind of browsers we have? We have workers, normal workers. We have shared workers, and we have service workers, basically. Well, basically, a service worker is like a shared worker. So, but we can focus in the service workers right now. Okay, some things you need to know about the service worker. Okay, basically, service worker runs only on HTTPS. It can work in localhost, but if you need to use a service worker, only runs in HTTPS. In production, is the only way. This script is basically a service worker is a script. It's running in background. And subscribe to events like, for example, like the fetch, and that give to the service worker the capability to act like a proxy. Cannot access to it because run in another thread, so they can modify the document object model of the browser, and the communication is using post-message API. So you can communicate from your application to the worker, and the worker from your application using this. And this makes possible push notification. Actually, if you go to sites like Facebook, it's possible to have a service worker. Actually, every site sends you a push notification. Basically, it has a service worker running this thing, because even even you are not even if you are not in the page and you don't have the focus in the page, these notifications can be executed. So it's like a normal notification, but this is handled by the browser actually. What is the life cycle? When you download a service worker, basically you have the part of installation. When you make, for example, this part of I need to update the cache, the part of activation, we can delete, for example, I don't know how to say this, it's like deprecated or unupdated cache. We have the error, but we have the idle time. It's the time between, for example, we receive, like I said, this works using events, and the events basically are asynchronous. We don't know where is when the events gonna be executed and terminate, because this is not needed anymore. So we have an example of a service worker. How we use a service worker? How we can include a service worker? Well, basically, we can use I'm gonna check. Basically, first is my browser has the capability to use a service worker. If it has, I've listed it. This is more for web developers. When the page is loading, do this, but it's not that important for this case. I take the navigator. Navigator, you have the service worker API. Make a registration. If you see, for example, this is the part. I need to register the service worker to make this process of installation and activation. So I register the service worker, and the service worker make a heavy use of promises in its API. So you need to know promises to write code and use these features. So when the registration is finished, that's all. That is all you need to know. It's just a simple JavaScript, and this JavaScript has some code to update some things. So basically, this is the way a service worker looks. We don't have and so, for example, I need to this is the installation. For example, this part of the cache is I'm gonna declare a cache name. I need to set the URLs. I'm gonna be caching. For example, this example for make the caching. And in this part, when you are installing something, I need to wait because, like I said, in background for saying some way, and then okay, I need to okay tell it wait until.
Thank you. They have the liberty to choose, what they want to work, what they want to make use of on your app and what not to make use of. And with what is going on now, the data security issue, Facebook, Google monitoring and all that, Web3, where people have, control over their data, it is very good to package your app in a way that your users can choose what to do and what not to do. So PWA makes that possible. Okay, skip to the next slide, please. Now, on this slide, I compared, it's actually from a site. This is a picture where they did a very good comparison between your PWA app, a web app, and your mobile app. That's the main mobile app that we know, whereby the PWA runs, they run on the browser as well as your web app. But the mobile app doesn't run on a browser. You have to go to your store to download it, wait for you to download. Some apps will be up to 50 MB, 60 MB. You have to uninstall some apps to get that, all those stuff. So some people don't have that patience to wait to go to the store to install your app. PWA helps you to maneuver those limitations. Just from your browser, you bring it in, right? The next slide, please. Now, what I will look at next is the history of PWAs. How did we get to where we are, in PWAs? It's still technology and did some breakthrough. And Google, as we know, any breakthrough, they will choke eyes. They have to back the guys up and do all those things. And as Google got involved with their resources and a whole lot of things, the development have to first, hasten up. And 2016, just roughly a year after Google came involved, some companies like Twitter, like Uber, like Alibaba, they deployed PWAs in their app. They actually they said, okay, this is a new tech. Let's try it in our website. And they deployed it and they recorded massive success. Their download time and the websites were loading faster. We look at the benefits of PWA, and as soon as I recorded this, everybody got to know about it. And from 2016 to today, 2021, the technology is still in development. It is still a new tech. There are many websites that don't have these PWA, that are not PWA, right? All right, so for this one, we look at the tech components. What makes up these PWA? If you want to develop a PWA, what do you have to know about? The previous speaker spoke on one of the on the technical aspects. Next slide. But I won't dwell on the technical aspects just as he did. I will look at, abstract it, an overview, then move to next thing. All right, we have the service worker, which he talked about. This is basically a JavaScript file. Then the next thing is PWAs, they must run on HTTPS, or TLS. It has to be secured. You don't run it on HTTP. It must be on HTTPS, right? Then the next component is your web manifest. Web manifest is basically a JSON file that describes, next slide, that describes your app. Okay, this is your service worker. Now, when we are talking of a service workers from the name worker, and when I heard of it, there was this my developer friend that introduced me to the technology. I said, service worker, we're talking of human workers, so he said, no, okay, I have to read up about it, right? So they are not actually human worker. It's just a JavaScript file that handles things such as caching your app. That's for offline, for your push notifications. I actually dropped a picture that just like a snippet of a service worker. It's just basic JavaScript, right? That this service worker actually drills into your browser. There are some features in your browser that you have to drill into to power up your app, to supercharge the app. That's, I call it, to supercharge it. Okay, the next slide. Now, the web manifest is This is a JSON file. Now, what this web manifest does is, when you load on your app, if you install an app on your home screen, the app needs to have a logo, right? It needs to have an icon. Facebook, WhatsApp, Twitter. Okay, this is Twitter app. You touch it and it loads. So it's from this web manifest that you describe the pictures, the icons, the screen sizes. Okay, the sizes, you have 144 by 144, depending on the size of the device. Right? Now, this for the web manifest. The next one, please. The HTTPS about security. It have to run on a secured server. It have to run there. Simple as that. Next, please, the next one. Okay, now, I thought for this one, we're going to look at the benefits of PWA. Now, the first benefit of the PWA is that it saves you some costs in development. You don't have to, a regular, a standard app, get an iOS engineer, an Android engineer and all that. You can actually just use one code base, convert it to a mobile apps, right? So it saves you the time, it saves you the resources, and again, it is faster. Now, I mean faster when it comes to speed. Why is it faster? Is because with your service worker, you can cache some part of your app. You can cache your CSS, you can cache your JavaScript, you can cache your images. Now, when you have cached your CSS, the styles, and all those stuff, when the user is loading it for the second time, it doesn't need to send a request to your server to render it. It just picks up stuff from the already cached resources and load. So it's very, very faster, and it makes your app to be lightweight, because on each visit, what the user loads is very light. It doesn't load the entire app, the pictures, the CSS, and your resources. Next slide. Okay, we now look at the limitations, right? The limitations of this technology so far. Hopefully, as the tech improves, they can cover up all these limitations. Now, the first thing there is that it has limited functionality. PWAs right now, they are not actually your native app. So there are features on your phone that it does not have access to, right? Like your camera, your fingerprint. You can actually use PWA to do fingerprint like your normal app, right? Fingerprint, your sensors, and some of those advanced stuff. You can't really do that with PWA. So it has limited functionality. Even your Bluetooth, it doesn't have access to your Bluetooth on the phone. So if you want to develop apps that need things like this, you don't need to use PWAs. You have to go native. So that is why I have to bring up these limitations. So you don't start developing it thinking that this is a full-fledged native app. When you now want to make use of your fingerprint, there are some apps that would need that, and it doesn't work out. It doesn't have access to those core native features. I hope you understand. Now, again, it's loss of traffic. Why? By loss of traffic, your app is not on the stores. If I develop an app, let's say Facebook, for instance, and Facebook is not on the store, Apple Store, Google Play Store, I won't, one thing about, there's something that said the more the merrier. You have to be almost everywhere. You have to be here, you have to be here, so that people can use your app. So your app is not on the store. Although right now, Google is considering accepting PWAs on Play Store. The only guys that's iOS, Apple, they say no. They're not going to accept PWA. It's not their app, it's not their stuff, and all those kind of stuff, But Google is working towards, you can actually build your PWAs and host it there as an app. The next one. Okay. This is just a quick rundown of some successfully developed PWAs. These are popular sites. I picked the popular sites. You can look up your Twitter, your Flipkart, your Alibaba, and all that. They did this with they recorded their website as PWAs, and they recorded some massive success there. All right, next slide. So now I'm talking here about when do you build PWAs? I'm rounding on. When do you build it? When is the best time or the best situation to build it? Now, let's say that someone needs, you need to cook up a mobile app as fast as possible. You have your website, you want to cook up a mobile app as quick as possible. You can go with PWAs, right? And again, PWA offers some user experience improvement. This is a website and it has push notifications, it loads faster, it caches some resources. So the user experience, I guess, improved. These are some things you have to consider. You also have to consider your costs. If you don't have enough resources, time-wise or financially wise to, engage an iOS, engage this person, engage a React Native, you can go ahead with your PWA, maybe for a demo, an MVP or something. Like I mentioned, under the limitations is that it has limited functionality. So you have to consider what your app can do, what features your app can do, right? If your app needs access to Bluetooth, to fingerprint, and some of these core native features, then PWA is not for you. But if it's a regular app whereby you make use of your maybe push notifications and some of these light features, then you can use PWA. Next slide. Next. So over here listed some learning resources, PWAs. You can visit Google, developers.google.com. You can, some Udemy courses that are actually very good for PWA. They did good, they did justice to the technology there. All right, thank you so much.
Please, another round of applause for him, please. Yeah, so PWA, Progressive Web Application, is also one of Google introduced technologies that we normally use in building web applications to make it have a native feel. Yeah. So it's a really good topic that as a developer you need to also look into: service worker, manifest.js and all that. So this, like I said earlier, it's not a must that you have to understand this here. The essence of this is for you to hear about technologies maybe you have not heard before, you understand? Then try to, because these slides will be shared to you. So once it's shared, or if you request for it to be shared, you just go home and do a proper research. If possible, watch tutorials and learn about them, you understand? So the essence of this community is to introduce or to introduce you to technologies that you can learn that will be helpful or useful to you. So thanks, Oscar, for that wonderful talk. We really appreciate it. All right, I think what we need to do now is, I think everybody's feeling somehow tired, I don't know. You heard of tech talk and all that. So I want us to have a little engagement now, because as our boss said, this is build, grow, and connect, right? So GDG, build, grow, and connect. So let me assume that we have been building, right? By all this tech stuff we have been saying here. So, and we're going to use it to grow. Then let's now do the third one, which is connect. So I want us to, like, everybody stand up, try to talk to your neighbor, person sitting beside you, try to know what the person is doing, whether the person is a software engineer, whether this person is a newbie. Yeah, so let's try to have a little conversation around. Just stand, walk around, try to exchange numbers, and just, yeah, a little community connection. So let's try to network. Yeah. So DJ, please, you can put a small soft. Yeah, even. DJ, please. Please stand, stand. Just move to the back. Please, you people are still sitting now. Move to the back. Chinelo, stand up. Move to the back. Network with others. Yeah. Exchange numbers, so especially the senior devs here, please collect their numbers. They will be giving you jobs. DJ, please, so we are still waiting. DJ, have fun now. DJ, have fun now. Please, so if you are still sitting, some people are still sitting. Please, so the technical people in charge of posting, social media team, please, yeah. So please, if you're taking any pictures, if you're on Twitter, our hashtag is hashtag DevFest Owerri. So you can tweet on that. Okay. So hashtag DevFest Owerri. If you're on Twitter, so you can tweet on that. Yeah. Settle down, settle down. So the next thing we're going to go into now, I want us to play a little game before we go in before the next speaker comes in. So I want us to play. This game is very, very interesting. A very interesting game. I know all of us we're going to like this game. Can you guys hear me? GDG Owerri, build, connect, and grow. Let's go. GDG Owerri. GDG Owerri. Okay. We are going to play a little game now. A game that is going to, I think we are going to select those that are going to play this game. Or if you want to play the game, raise up your hand. If you're interested. Speed game, oh, it's a speed game. So if you want to raise up, be convinced that you want to play the game. Okay. Okay. If you want to play that, I need three persons. Okay, winner. So 3 people, please come to the stage. Just 3 people. I think they are complete. Okay. Where's our lead? Gospel. Is Gospel here? Gospel. Okay. Gospel, this game, are we going to have any gifts for the game?
Okay, okay, good afternoon, everyone. So, here is the rule of the game. As you're coming out, you come with your partner. So we need only 3, it's not sick. We need only 3 teams. This is actually kind of an image identification. Are we together? The rule of the game is that one person will be standing here, the projector, while the other person will be facing the projector. Do you get it?
So your story should be in line with...
Okay, we need 2 more. 2 persons per team. No. Go and sit down. My volunteers cannot play this game. So we need 2 people here and 2 people from here. I don't like your face. Eh? Come. One from the back. Yeah, you. Oh, yeah. Eh? Don't worry, I'll get 2 ladies from here. Are they up to 2 here? No. 1. Oh yeah. One person. Come now. Ah. No, she's acting busy, so I will not call her. Why are you busy now? Hello? Are you taking an exam? Okay, she's searching for the answer. Oh yeah, come. Eh? Don't worry, I have someone here. Hello? I like your face, so yeah, come. I beg. Okay, so... I like what I'm seeing.
So we have
Do they need to hold hands?
no. Okay. So we are going to start with you guys, you people. Each team will have 4 images for you. Each team you have 4 images, and you have 15 seconds to identify the image and describe the image to her. Okay? So I don't know who is going to present her. You guys should come over. So the first 2 images, you present, the guy will do. The second image, you will describe to her. So the presenter, the describer will be here, and the... Exactly. So, but don't try. If you look back, your team is disqualified. Okay? And if you mention the name of the image you are seeing, you're automatically disqualified. So, let's start. Don't look back. We are starting now. Per image is 15 seconds. Per image is 15 seconds. So, you know how to describe it. So, start. Yeah, start. Don't talk. Wait. Just describe. Use your So if your team, one person will represent your team to narrate the object.
This is me 2 weeks ago. I went to the zoo. I'm seeing a zebra, and the zebra was looking at me, opening his teeth. And then where I was looking at the zebra, a snake, I noticed there was a snake coming close to bite me. I had to run inside where there was an AC, and I was
So you just get it. So we are working with 4 images per team. 4 images per team.
Okay, I was walking through Obinze Road and I saw a monkey. The monkey was running so fast, and then a very big elephant jumped out of the bush. The elephant was chasing after the monkey. I was on my earpiece, although I didn't notice them. I was on my earpiece. I had to remove my earpiece to see them very clearly. Unfortunately, a cake seller was hawking her cakes. And
Okay, so in today's world, to get information, you get it from Google. Then, then to get information, then to go to school, you need your backpack to go to school. Then hopefully, if you make
All right, so I was dreaming and I saw this man in my dreams. He said his name is Mr. Buhari, and that is the Prince of Nigeria. I started running. I have to jump something and fly across the fence. Then, as I was running, I saw a little girl dancing, and I paused to watch her dance. And there was some fridge there. I have to move in there, and I have to move in there. Wait now. Then, as the girl was dancing, I looked and I saw that, that was in her room. There was some seats, and I said, "Oh, little girl, I'm going to change some seat for you and get something more comfortable for you." And that's it.
Able to cover up within how many minutes, how many seconds? So thank you very much. From the 3 stories, which one do you think makes sense? Like, so who do you think we should eviction? That's what they call it, BB Niger. Who are we evicting among the 3 teams? Okay. Thank you very much for joining us. So we now have 2 teams remaining, right? So we'll start from you people. So one of, hence you have not, that means you are the one coming over. Because you have not.
Okay, I got a key to open a door, and the door led me to a place and opened door. And the key opened this fridge, and I saw, wow, lots of cake, lots of drink, and I danced like a ballet dancer because I was so happy to see things in the fridge. And I jumped happily to see cake inside the fridge. Do I need to say that?
Okay, come over. Thank you.
Okay, when I visited New York, I actually passed across some street and I saw the Statue of Liberty. And then I was with my bag with my laptop inside it. So while I was going, I had to check some things because I saw the image and I wanted to Google about the image. And on my way, I couldn't get what I wanted. So I just went into a restaurant to get some cake before I continue my journey.
So which of the teams, because she finished by 27 seconds and he finished by 24 seconds. So, but outside the timing, which of the team do you think we need to evict? Okay, then I should replay it, right? Okay, it's like there's a tie. So each of the team. If you are for group I, 1 say I. If you are for group 2, say no. That means if you are going to I say if you are for, I didn't say if you are against. This grammar is not our own. People that are staying back. And people will say I. Okay, let's just say there's a tie. Yeah. So, okay, there is no tie. Okay, if you want group 1 to leave, say I, like to leave the stage. I don't get. Group 1. Who am I to say no? So, let's have a round of applause for group 2, right? So let's just clap for group 2 as they go inside. Thank you. Thank you very much. So our winners for today's game is group 1, right? So your swag will be given to you soon once it arrives. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for joining this game. Let's get back to what we are doing before. So.
All right, guys. That was a wonderful one. Yeah. So I saw some people doing like snake. People jumping, trying to jump. All right. So we are going to introduce the next speaker. So yeah, the next speaker is he's going to talk about cloud and all that. So it's an interesting topic. So it will be advisable you listen and pay attention. If possible, we can jot some things down. Come on, introduce the next speaker.
Okay, our next speaker is going to be speaking about...
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, it's actually nice to be here today, and
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of happy faces, and well, the young, I guess. I don't see anyone old here, like, so I really like the energy we're actually giving out this afternoon, and I hope that my talk is going to be an enlightening one. Yeah, it's actually going to be an enlightening. Yeah, so I just want you to sit back and relax and just pay attention. All right, so please can you go to the first slide? Okay, I'll be talking on building observable cloud native applications. So there are a lot of buzzwords there, and well, I feel to some extent they might really be heavy. So I just want to, so I'm going to assume here that nobody here has worked on a microservice before. You've worked on a microservice. Okay, the very low. All right, so okay, I did not actually ask that you raise up your hand to shame anybody. So I just really wanted to understand my audience. I just wanted to know the people that are here. So I'll not end up speaking big English and everyone will start sleeping, right? So it's actually good now that I know that most persons here have not actually built monoliths, which I find very weird, because virtually, like, even if you don't know you're building monoliths, most times when you build, you're actually building monolithic applications. All right, so but you can hear me, right?
Hello?
Explain the whole idea of, well, I won't delve too much out of the scope of my talk, yeah, but I'll try as much as possible to like carry everyone along. And one of the first things I'll be doing is explaining. Please go back. Yeah, who is? I wish I was with the, so I control the slides myself. Yeah, so I'll try as much as possible to like explain everything, and everyone goes home today with at least an understanding of what microservices are, even though most persons have not built monoliths. All right, so next slide. So let me just quickly run through this. My name is Opera Prosper. I'm a full stack engineer at Demos Cloud. So I don't know how many people have heard of Demos. Okay, so if you've not heard of Demos and you want to learn about Demos, after my talk, just meet me and we'll definitely talk. So if you want to reach out to me on Twitter, on the internet, just search for Code Kage. It's not Code Cage, Code Kage. Just search for Code Kage and you see me. Virtually my Twitter, except my LinkedIn, it's not Code Kage. So just search out Code Kage and you see my profile online. Yeah, next slide. So this is what we'll be covering. So the talk is focused on building observable cloud native applications. Like I said, there are a lot of buzzwords there, and given that my audience is like, you don't really know what cloud native applications are, so I'll try as much as possible to explain everything. So we'll be covering what cloud native applications are. So let us even understand what this cloud native is, right? Then we'll touch on what observability is, right? So let us understand what observability is. I said building observable, right? So we'll touch on the pillars of observability, right? What makes up the whole idea of observability, and we'll touch on a little bit of best practices, because as developers, at the end of the day, what really makes us professionals, or what really makes us stand out, is how much of the best practices in software development we actually know, and not just know, how much of the best practices we actually practice, right? So then the last thing I'll talk on is some observability tools or stack that you can actually check out. Yeah, next slide. So what is cloud native? So I asked if people here have actually built monolithic applications, and I was surprised that most persons had their hands down. So, well, if you understand the idea behind monoliths, then you appreciate why we have cloud native applications. Okay, but really, cloud native is actually a practice, right? It's a set of practices that empower organizations to build and manage applications that scale in the cloud. How many of us here understand what cloud is? All right, so just, okay, the simplest way to explain cloud, just see cloud as someone else's computers, like you using someone else's computer. Like it's not a computer available to you, it's just someone else's computers that has the whole computing power to process what you, like it has computing power to do the things you want a computer to do for you, but you don't really have that computer, so you just leverage someone else's computer somewhere else. Well, it's not literally on the cloud, it's just computer in a data center somewhere, right? So the idea of cloud native is it's a set of practice that allows you to build and scale application on the cloud. So scale there means that what an application can do for one person, now you can do it for multiple persons, right? So imagine something like Facebook. Facebook is an application that is running on scale because billions of people are using Facebook, right? So now the ethos or the foundation upon which cloud native is built on, like the practices around which cloud native applications are built on, are the ideas of containerization. So when I mean containerization, it means that you, in cloud native practice, you build applications and you package them into what we call containers. Well, not literally the containers we see on the road. Well, but you could actually borrow that idea metamorphically, right? So you can actually borrow the idea of containers in the sense that when you build your application, you can actually package it into you can actually package it into something we call containers. Like containers are just individual instance of, let's not really use the word instance because using the word instance is actually ambiguous, but container is just like a unit of an application, right? So you build, let's say you build a front-end application, you package it into a container, a single unit, that front-end app, everything that app needs to run, if it's in JavaScript, if it's based on React, the React library, npm node, everything that application needs to run successfully, you package it into something called a container that can be deployed independently, right? So that's just the idea of container. So basically just packaging your application into single units. So you could have multiple container with your front-end application. You could have up to 5-10 containers with your front-end application. So let me digress a little bit into monolith. So as a monolith, you deploy monolith as a single unit, like your front-end, back-end, everything is packaged into one application and it's deployed as a single unit. But whereas when you come to containers, microservices, you package your front-end. Your front-end application is a single unit. Your back-end can be a single unit. You can even break up your back-end into different subservices and you deploy them individually. So when I mean deploy, I mean host, if I'm going to use a simpler word. Yeah. So cloud native is built around the ideas of containers. Then we have, now I said something now, you can actually, when you build your applications, imagine you are building something like Facebook. Facebook is not just made up of front end. Even in the front end, there are different components, right? So you have the newsfeed service, you have the group services. I don't work at Facebook, so I'm just trying to like break up Facebook into services, right? So these services, they are all individual units that have to work together for us to have what we call Facebook, right? Now, it means invariably, if you are building Facebook with a cloud native approach, it means the different services that Facebook, the application is made up of, are divided into containers, right? So it means now those containers can eventually become very large. You now need a way to manage those containers. So in cloud native methodology, right, you need what we call container orchestrator, right? A container orchestrator is just something that can help you manage your containers, and that's why we have something like Kubernetes. Anybody here have heard of Kubernetes? All right, so still very few persons, right? So these are like just the idea of cloud native. Then we have something called microservice oriented. So basically the whole idea of microservices is just breaking down your monolithic application into smaller independent services, or using the word service might be a buzzword, smaller independent application. So you have your backend. Say you have a backend service that facilitates payment, right? So one of the ideas of payments is that you are able to carry out transactions online, right? It means now that you have to have a wallet where you store money, or you keep track of money, right? So you have a wallet service, right? You could have you have a database service separate. You could have a payment, something you call a payment service separate. You could have what that word, a fulfillment service. I don't work in payments, but you get the idea, right? You just break up your back end into independent services that you can deploy on their own. So that is just the whole idea of microservice. So instead of you having one large chunk, one large application that is very heavy, that takes time to deploy, right? You just break that application into smaller services. And breaking that approach is called microservice architecture, right? So the last thing is CI/CD. So it's mostly DevOps practices. So once you are doing cloud native, you begin to practice DevOps. Yeah, I know most persons here see DevOps as a role, but DevOps is actually a practice, right? It's a practice of big organizations like get themselves involved in to make their engineering processes very, very easy. So just know that the whole point, or what I'm driving at, is that when they say cloud native is just an approach to help you build and scale applications on the cloud easily and effortlessly. Next slide. So we now talk about observability, right? So get this, the whole idea of observability is to make you reduce guesswork. So like, we just want you to do, in fact, don't guess. If something is wrong with your system, you want to have, I won't say absolute, because nothing is absolute. You just want to have a definite answer as to why, if something broke in your application, you want to know why that thing broke, what caused it to break. You don't want to guess, okay, probably it's the database. Oh no, probably it's one endpoint, right? Or probably it's Redis. You just want to have a definite idea of, okay, this is why this thing broke, this was why it broke. Do you get the idea? So cloud native, the big English here is that observability is the ability to measure the internal state of your system by examining its output. Now, this is a buzzword, but I'll explain it this way. So when your application, okay, something goes down, let's say your front-end service or your front-end, okay, how many of us remember when Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram went down, right? So imagine that kind of incident happens to your application. Okay, you want to quickly know why. So if you build your application in an observable way, now you have logs to look at, right? Now that log will tell you, okay, this is something that broke. This was why. Okay, so if your facebook.com or your application, whatever it is, .com, is returning a 500 error code, you can easily look at your log and see when that started happening, because you have something in place to look at to like tell you, okay, this is why we are having 500 error code on when you go to the front-end application. So everything observability is geared towards is ensuring that you stop guessing, right? You want to know what is happening inside your system. You want to know what's happening to your application by looking at the outputs it actually produces. Now we'll be looking at how to produce those outputs, right? Please, next slide. Now, there are 3 pillars of observability, right? So when I mean pillars, it means like the ideas upon which the phenomenon observability is built around. And we have metrics, tracing, and we have logging, tracing, and I wrote monitoring there. Yeah, when you read about this, you see metrics, logging, traces, and metrics, right? But I intentionally included monitoring there because at the end of the day, your metrics, you monitor your metrics, right? So like metrics are things you need to monitor. So that was why I actually included monitoring. Yeah, next slide. Now, logging, I said something about when your application goes down and you have logs to look at. Now, I want to explain what those logs are. So basically, logs are just record of events happening in your application. So say for instance, okay, how many of us here have actually built a backend service before? Backend developers. Okay, let me try to use something relatable. So how many of us here have created a Facebook account before? You have a Facebook account now. Okay, how many of us here have WhatsApp account? Everyone should raise up their hand now. Grab this hour. Yeah, so when you were creating your WhatsApp, you inputted your name, your location, like all those items. You filled out a form, right, to actually open your WhatsApp account, right? So now as an application developer, if I'm the one developing WhatsApp, right, I could have a log to tell me when you filled out that form. So imagine when you filled out that form and that form, you need to submit it to my backend. I include a log that tells me, okay, Prosper just filled out this form for creating an account, right? So when you log into WhatsApp, I have a log to tell me Prosper has logged into WhatsApp, right? So logs are just records of the things, of events in your application. In fact, if someone accesses an endpoint in your backend, you can log that someone accessed that endpoint. So that is just the idea behind logs. Logs are just events. You recording events happening in your application. And now, how can you make logs work for you? Because it's not just enough for you to log or for you to say you log. In fact, how many of us here log? When building our applications, how many of us write logs? Okay, yeah, because at the end of the day, you hear this thing, okay, especially in development teams. This endpoint so they work. So guy, go debug them. How will you start? Big question. How will you start debugging the endpoint? Anybody? If an endpoint is broken now in your company, what is the first thing you do? Check logs, right? Like it's more first thing. You can't check the logs. So if you don't log, how would you know what broke something in your application? So you see now that is the importance of logging. Because it's more like it's one of the first places you go to look at. Okay, this endpoint is returning 500 error code. Okay, let's check the log, right? Now, your ability to even pinpoint the thing that caused that application to return 500 error is based on how well you log. Because, okay, there's something a principal engineer at work, Demos used to tell me, say, logging without context is noise. Because you can log a lot, you can, okay, Prosper logged in. What context or what meaningful information does Prosper just logged in give you, right? So you, in fact, as a developer, you have to go to the extent of logging the method that was called when Prosper logged in. Okay, you have to, you can even add a correlation ID. So basically, the idea of adding correlation ID is so that your logs can be traceable. You can trace your logs, right? So you also have to, what you also have to avoid in logging is you don't log PIIs, personally identifiable information. It's okay. We have a lot of GDP laws. A lot of countries frown against you logging people's personal information. So even though Prosper is logging into your application and you want to know when Prosper logged in, you don't log my email, you don't log my password, because these are, anybody that hacks your system can actually go through your logs and you are exposing sensitive information, right? So you don't need to log PIIs, but just log enough so that anytime your system goes off or anytime something goes bad in your system, you can easily pinpoint why your system went down and what caused it to go down. That's why you have to log, right? So log with context, right? So now in logging, you also have to, one way to make log works for you is that you also need to know why you need that log, right? So it's not enough to log. So why do you need that log? So knowing why you need that log will determine how you log. And some other ideas around log is, when you log, we have something called log levels, right? So we have error log level, we have information log level, we have warning log level, we have debug log levels. Like these are different log levels, and understanding why you need to log will tell whether you should log something as an error, whether you should log something as debug, whether you should log something as an information, right? So these are like some of the basic things you need to understand. You have to understand why you are logging. Understanding why you are logging will inform the log level, will inform the context you include into your log. Very important. Next slide. Okay, so quickly, this is just an example of what a log looks like. Well, it's a bit tiny. I don't know if they can actually zoom that in, but in fact, if you go online and search logging, you see a lot of examples for logs, right? So, and one last thing I'll just say about logging before I move to the next slide is try as much as possible to structure your logs, because when you structure your log, it's very, very easy for you to like understand it. So, how many of us here know JSON? Everybody should know JSON. JSON, right? JavaScript objects notation, right? So, one way or an industry standard for logging is you try to log your logs with JSON format. Next slide.
So I said there are 3 pillars of observability, right? We just talked about what? Logging. Now we are going to be talking about tracing. So tracing, like if someone says tracing, okay, like I say, trace prosper. What does that mean? Anybody? Okay, trying to find. Okay, I'll just pick out that word find. Okay, you want to? Exactly. So the whole idea behind tracing in observability. Now, remember I said something about cloud native is that we build cloud native application with the microservice architecture. It means that your application is broken down into smaller services. So, and you know, for your application as a whole to function, the services need to communicate with each other. Your front end needs to communicate to your back end, and your back end needs to send response to your front end, like on a basic level. So what tracing does is, tracing tries to follow, when you make a request, okay, let's say for instance, I want to log into facebook.com, right? So I put in my email, I put in my password. What tracing will do is that from the moment I hit login, tracing will follow that request as it's going from the Facebook front end to the Facebook back end, even to the point of making a database query to confirm my information and send a response that will redirect me back to my Facebook profile. So tracing it involves following a request from the starting point to the end point. So why do we trace? Okay, so if I'll ask someone now, okay, so if someone is looking for me now, and the person is like, okay, look for Prosper or trace Prosper, someone wants to know where I live, okay, on a human level, that's why someone might want to trace me. So why you do tracing in your cloud native application is that you want to be able to like pinpoint points of you making a request and you get a 500 error code, right? You want to know which of your services that 500 error code originated from. Because it might not be your front end. You might go and look at the logs for your front end and everything is okay there. You go to your back end, right? So with tracing, you can actually pinpoint points of failure. And also, one thing we love as developers is performance, right? So with tracing, you can actually track performance. So how fast is your application? So for instance, you make a backend API request. You want to trace how long that request takes. And not just knowing how long, you can even go to the point of knowing what is making your application take that long to load. How many of us have ever visited a site and it takes like 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 10 minutes to load? I've gone to a site and it was taking 30 minutes to load. I'm not kidding you. Right? So with tracing, you can actually know what is taking so much time to load, cause that application to like take so much time to load, right? So and you It's not a buzzword. First class is a metric. Second class upper is a metric. Second class lower is a metric. Metric is just something you can measure. Right? So if, for instance, now, Futo just convocated some students and they want to know how well the students did, like this set. Some metrics I can measure is how many times in a day I eat. Some people eat 5 times a day, some people eat 3 times a day, some people eat 7 times a day. These are like metrics. Okay, I can measure how many steps I take in a day. So you get the idea now. In your application, in your cloud native application, there are a lot of things you can measure. But these 4 pillars gives you an idea of some of the important things you need to measure in your application. And one of them is latency. Who understands what latency is? These are common English. Whatever we are building takes very little time or takes the most minimal time. Okay? Okay, that's an example of what traffic is. So you just want to know the demand being placed on. See, some people can build an application and see that application will work for just 100 users. You might think that the application is fast. Have you ever seen it? You've built a backend service or you built an application and you hosted it. 5 people use it, no problem. 3 people use it, no problem. And once it reached 1,000 people sending requests, the application crashed. I think it happened with this. Are we recording this? Okay, we are recording. It happened with this in-era stuff now. When they launched the platform, a lot of people were using it initially, and there was no issue. At some point, people started getting error. You see now, because when you build applications and your application starts scaling, like in fact, the traffic can eventually make your application go down. So one of the metrics people try to measure is the load. And that is why people scale. And that's why technologies like Kubernetes is very, very important these days, because with Kubernetes, you can automatically scale your application. So once an application starts hitting 1,000 users, okay, not literally 1,000 users, that the medium through which organization scale is like, okay, so you have, eventually, your server is a computer, right? One of the things you measure is CPU utilization. Once your CPU utilization, I'm speaking English now, once your CPU utilization hits 70%, you automatically scale. Okay, memory usage. Once your memory usage is getting to like 75%, you start scaling, right? So on a higher level, once the number of people that are using your application starts increasing, right? You actually want to know the traffic coming into your application. So that is why traffic is an important metric to measure. Then error rates. In fact, everybody wants to know the error rate. It's something you have to measure, right? The number of 500 error codes your application is throwing. Like you want to measure that, right? If people tell you, okay, so you built a backend and your customers are calling you, see, I cannot really log into your platform. You want to measure that, right? So it's a metric you want to look out for. Then saturation, right? You want to measure how full your service is, right? So I was saying something about CPU utilization, right? So these are like metrics. In fact, remember I said the whole end of observability is that you want to reduce what? What say? Yeah, thank you. You want to reduce guesswork. You don't want to be guessing why your application is down. You want to be very, very sure, okay, this is why my application went down and this is why my application is still up, right? So you want to reduce guesswork. That is why metrics are very, very important. So people in tracing, what tracing will do for you, tracing can even help you generate metrics as to latency, right? So when you trace, you can get latency data for, okay, so you trace an API, a request to an API endpoint. Tracing will tell you how long it takes to even make a request to the database. Your tracing data can show you how long your database takes to return a result. Your tracing can even tell you how long it takes to send a response. You get, so with tracing, you're already generating latency metrics, right? I don't know, are we following? Am I speaking too much English? All right, so these are like the 4 golden signals. Or there are a lot of things you can measure beyond the 4 golden signals, latency, traffic, and there are a lot of things, a lot of metrics to measure, but these are like I won't say they are the most important, okay, but they are important metrics you need to measure, right, in your applications. Next slide. So now I've talked about what cloud native is. I've talked about, okay, they're already pushing me to round up. Yeah, I'm rounding up now. I've talked about what observability is, what to measure, the pillars of observability and all of that. Now, the big question should be what? Who can guess? What is the big question now? How can I actually practice observability right? When I'm building applications. So there's something called observability stack. So one thing you just have to know is that there is no one size fits all when it comes to observability, right? So what works for my organization or where I work might not really be what works for you. So what I really advise is you try to experiment, right? Experiment. But if you want some suggestions, okay, so some of the observability stacks I've seen over time is something called Elastic Stack. How many of us have heard of Elastic? Kibana, APM, Elasticsearch. Okay, you could just jot that down and you could actually Google all these things when you go home. So there's Elastic Stack, there's New Relic, there's Honeycomb, and my favorites, personally, I like using combination of Prometheus, Jaeger, and Grafana. So one thing, and I think I will do injustice if I go away from here and I don't say this. So the whole essence, when you measure metrics, it's not just enough to measure metrics. It's not just enough to understand, okay, so you want to stop guesswork in observability. One most important thing is, when you do retrospectives, right, or when you retrospect, the end goal is that you do what? You take what? Action. So one very important ingredient into observing metrics, into setting up systems that can help you monitor is in fact, you have to have alerting in place. So you want a stack that can quickly alert you when things go back. Okay, when your front end service goes down, you should be, as an engineering team, you should be the first person to know that your front end has gone down. Your customers should not be calling you, okay, see, I cannot really log in. Your payment service is down. Your customers should not be the ones to tell you. So that's why you need any stack you are selecting for observability. Try as much as possible to select a stack that supports alerting, right? And personally, what I would really advise is that you go for a managed service. So when I mean managed service, there's something, I think this company, Grafana Cloud, it's something managed. You don't need to start setting up all these things yourself. Even Elastic Stack has a managed service. You don't need to start setting up these things by yourself because you might miss out something. You might misconfigure something. But when you use a managed service, everything has already been set up for you. All you just need to do is use it, right? So, but always go out for a stack that supports alerting, because at the end of the day, it's not just enough to measure latency. It's not just enough to measure. It's not just enough to log. It's not just enough to measure traffic. Once things go down or once things go wrong in your application, you need to be alerted so that you can do what? You can take action. So the end goal of observability, or the end goal of observing your application, is that you can respond to things, or you can respond to incidents at very, very, very fast. So before your customers even notice that your backend service is down, or I cannot log into this application, you already know, and you are fixing it already. Yeah, next slide. So some of the resources I will actually recommend. So a colleague of mine, one-time colleague of mine, Shava Adebayo, he wrote a book, Observability Basics, right? So that is the link. If you want the link, I can actually post it on the GDG Owerri group chat, so you access it. Then there's also this book, Google SRE Handbook. The link is there. So these are like some of the resources you can actually take advantage of to like grow your observability skills. So I'm very, very sure that not everybody grasped everything I talked about here, because when we did the show of hands, a lot of persons have not even built monolithic application. So it's more like I have actually said a lot of things here and it's just buzzwords and all of that. So thank God this meetup was recorded. You can actually go back to watch the recording again, and you can also go back to like do your own little research on observability. Thank you very much. So does anybody have any question? I don't know. Will you allow me to take question? Okay, to come later. All right. Thank you.
Okay, a round of applause for him, please. That's a wonderful session. So if you have any question, just write it down. We have time for session. You also ask other speakers. So if it is your topic, you come up and answer the question. All right. Another round of applause for him, please. Okay, without wasting much of our time, let's introduce the next speaker. Then after that, we now have another breakout session and have a little refreshment before we continue. All right, so, okay.
Our sixth speaker will be speaking on blockchain, the power of smart contracts. Please make welcome Sam Obisike Chibueze.
Good day, everyone. This year, there's been a lot of buzz on blockchain, Web3, Ethereum, and Solidity. So before I continue, I would want to know, is there anybody that is into blockchain development here? Is there anyone that is into blockchain development? Okay, I'm seeing about 3 hands. So while I was going through the outline, I saw that there were people that are going to talk on dApps, the future of Web3. So I tried to make my talk like a foundation for them to build on and to make sure that people truly understand what blockchain is and what smart contracts can do and the power they bring to the world and how they can help change societal problems. Next slide. Okay, so when I was preparing this slide, I took time to really think about smart contracts for myself. And I figured out that when I was 6 years old, I wanted to become a lawyer because of I did not like intimidation and I really wanted people to do things with trust. And moving up, I think in my junior secondary, I wanted to become a soldier because of I wanted to enforce the trust and I wanted to enforce laws people put up or maybe what the government has. But currently, I saw myself studying engineering. And looking back is because of, I found out I want to make the world a beautiful place with engineering and science. And if we look at all this, smart contracts lie in between these 3 professions. And we cannot talk about smart contracts without the underlying technology, which is blockchain. A whole lot of people have been hearing about blockchain, but I don't think people really know what blockchain is. So next slide. So what is blockchain? I'll define blockchain simply as an immutable distributed ledger. Immutable means it cannot be easily changed. And a distributed ledger is made up of 2 words. I'll try to simplify this here. Distributed means it's across, it's not dependent on one central control. And a ledger, it's more like a table, like an Excel table that stores information. Next slide. So, what then are smart contracts? Smart contract is made up of 2 words, smart and contracts. From normal English, contracts are like agreement. An agreement for a particular purpose. And the official definition I gave here is smart contract is a tiny computer program that is stored inside of a blockchain. So talking more about it, smart contract is simply a digital automated contract that executes itself after a particular condition has been met. So assuming I took a loan and I'm to pay back somebody $100 at the ending of this month, and the collateral I put there was 1 Ethereum. At the ending of the month, I don't need a third party. The smart contract will automatically pay back the person. So next slide. I used GoFundMe to really explain what smart contracts are. I guess all of us know what GoFundMe is. So with GoFundMe, if you want to give to somebody that is sick, you need a third party, which is GoFundMe. And sometimes most third parties are difficult to trust and they are not transparent. So assuming I want to give to this guy that is sick, I have to go through GoFundMe. So these are like my givers. And GoFundMe is the third party. Sometimes the giving is not transparent, and it's difficult to trust third parties. So with smart contracts, we eliminate third parties. We are eliminating a company like GoFundMe. So I can write a smart contract that I want my smart contract to collect amount until it gets to 100 million naira for somebody that is sick. And immediately it gets to 100 million naira, the smart contract automatically transfers the money to the Ethereum account of the person. And I'm using Ethereum account as an instance. So now, assuming in the process the person dies, my smart contract, I can put a condition that the smart contract should give back the money to the givers, to the people that gave the money, since it's no longer needed. Next slide. So I hope that with the GoFundMe explanation, we are really getting to grasp why smart contracts. We are truly getting to grasp the importance of smart contracts. Previous slide. So we are not saying why smart contracts over GoFundMe. The next one. Firstly, why should we use smart contracts? Trust, immutability, and immutability and trust go hand in glove. Immutability in the sense that your code cannot be changed after it has been deployed. So after we have come to terms with our agreement and all of that, once my code has been deployed, it cannot be changed anymore. And the next one is security. Generally, blockchain is very difficult to hack, although it can be hacked, but it's very difficult to hack. And it's distributed. Not one person can just make a decision for my smart contract. So not just one person can say all the money from the GoFundMe instance should go. So it's distributed amongst people, not just by one person. And it doesn't have a central control. So we don't need government, it's an independent structure on its own. And like I explained previously, transparency. So next slide. When we hear about smart contracts, a lot of times, they go hand in glove with Ethereum. And Ethereum is another blockchain network. We have other types of blockchain network. We have Ethereum, we have Solana, we have Bitcoin network. But why people emphasize the most on Ethereum network is because of most other projects depend on Ethereum virtual machine like Tron, and some other projects depend on Ethereum. So when we want to build smart contracts, we build them on Ethereum network, and we build them with a language called Solidity. So Solidity is a programming language. It's a programming language similar. I really don't like to say it's similar to JavaScript because it's not similar per se. Because of next slide. Because of if all you have done as a developer, all you know is just JavaScript, it's just React and Node.js. It's going to take you a lot of time to pick up Ethereum. Because of Ethereum, it's more like a strongly typed programming language. So with Ethereum, I can write contracts to do a whole lot. Next slide. So I think this is more like the apex of my talk, the power in smart contracts. When we want to talk about the power in something, which we dive more towards the application of that thing. And firstly is in loans. We know in Nigeria, getting loans and paying back can be a whole lot of problem. But with smart contracts, you can drop a collateral on the contract, and after a specified period, if you're not able to pay back. Now, I want to use, assuming I have 1 Ethereum, and at the point of me having 1 Ethereum, I don't want to sell my Ethereum, or maybe I don't want to convert it to fiat, but I need fiat. So what I can do is I can drop my 1 Ethereum as a collateral, and assuming I need 100,000, which may not be equal to 1 Ethereum. I can drop my 1 Ethereum as a collateral and borrow from someone. Maybe I may not even know the person. And at the end of 1 month, I will say, if I'm not able to pay back the person, my smart contract should automatically collect the amount and the percentage from that Ethereum value and maybe convert it back to fiat and send it back to me independently without anybody. And the next application, I've really been wrapping my head around this, which is in voting systems. I think the most independent source of, or maybe the most free and fair elections should be conducted on a blockchain network. Because if we really want elections to be free and fair, they have to, first of all, the server should not be able, the information on the database should not be able to change. It should be time-bound, and nobody should be able to access it directly per se. So if we can develop a smart contract that takes in votes from users, maybe using a particular access code, or maybe like in Nigeria, they recently developed e-Naira. We can also develop another something like that, but specifically for voting, and share it across citizens in the country that they can use to vote. And after voting, the result comes up by itself. So with smart contracts, we can also apply smart contracts, not just in finances, but also in our voting system. Next slide. So I was reading an article, and for businesses, both for the users and for the business, payment on delivery has been like one of the biggest problems for logistics managers, for stores, and the rest. With smart contracts, we can facilitate trust in payments on delivery. An instance is I pay for a product, the money stays in the smart contract, and assuming Jumia as the store, Jumia also deposits a particular amount, and until the product comes to me and I confirm it on the smart contract, the money doesn't go to the account. If it comes to me and it's broken, I will not confirm it. But if they also come to me and maybe I give them a fake location, or they find out I want to scam them, they can just notify the smart contract, and the money I paid for it goes to them totally. So the instance I gave here is both the store puts in an amount, and you as the user purchasing it puts in an amount. Until both parties are satisfied, then the payment on delivery can work. So lastly, then ghost workers in the government. We can use smart contracts to eliminate ghost workers in government through attendance systems that can sum up to the payment someone is going to get. So with my smart contract, I can, depending on how the attendance system is being done in the civil service, and depending on how people come to work, the smart contract is going to put up a percentage of their pay. So the biggest question now should be getting started as a smart contract developer, or otherwise a blockchain developer. So there are two types of blockchain developers: blockchain core and blockchain software developers. So blockchain core are people that build, I would say people that build things on the blockchain. So the developer that built Ethereum blockchain is a blockchain core developer. Then people that now build applications using blockchain like Ethereum is a blockchain software developer. So most people call them blockchain front-end developer, and they call blockchain core blockchain back-end developer. So if I want to get started with building smart contracts, the first thing I would suggest is learn JavaScript. Because of their syntax look alike, then next, learn a strongly typed language, because Solidity uses strongly typed syntax like structs, interfaces, and all of that. But if you're just depending on JavaScript, maybe all you code is in JavaScript, you may never come across structs, enums, and all of that. So you can learn a strongly typed language like TypeScript, C#, Golang. Then next, well, this is not like, you must not, you must not follow this pattern, but next, I would suggest for you to really gain interest to build on something, you have to read a lot about it. So you have to read a lot about blockchain, you have to read randomly about blockchain and about cryptocurrency, have a basic knowledge of how it works. Then you can now transition into learning Solidity, which is the main language we used to build on Ethereum. Then smart contracts and blockchain networks are being developed every day. But to every advantage, there's a disadvantage. The first disadvantage of smart contracts is smart contracts are expensive to implement. So there's something called gas fees. For every transaction, there's a gas fee for that transaction. And most times, they are more expensive than the amount you're transferring. Next is the literacy level for blockchain in our society is very low. Well, for the Generation Z, it's not low, but for the older generation, the literacy level is very low and it may be difficult to adapt. And smart contracts are time bound. Fourthly, they cannot be changed once they have been deployed. I think this is both an advantage and a disadvantage. And sometimes we may need a third party. And needing a third party goes with government regulations, because we may build a smart contract, and if it's not being backed up by the government, if you collect somebody's money from the smart contract and maybe the person takes you to court, since smart contract is not yet a legal entity in our court jurisdiction, you may not, it may not stand, or maybe the judgment of the smart contract may not stand. Next slide. So, smart contracts bring together the beauty in art and science in making the world a better and a sane place. So, if you notice, when I started, I said, firstly, I wanted to become a lawyer because I wanted to facilitate trust. Then, next, I wanted to become a soldier because I wanted to implement the trust. And I wanted to become an engineer because I wanted to beautify the world. And then I found smart contracts, because in smart contracts, in being a smart contract developer, I can be those three. And I can make the world a more trustworthy place, a more beautiful place, and a more functional place. So, a few years from now, I believe that smart contracts will change a lot positively. Next slide. Thank you. So, if you have any questions, you can email me at. Yeah.
All right, thank you for the wonderful talk. We are hearing a whole lot of things today, especially maybe if this is your first tech event, there's a whole lot of things you'll be hearing. So smart contracts, Solidity, JavaScript, a whole lot. So like I said earlier, you can easily go back home and research on your own. Yeah, thank you for that. Then the next thing we are going to go into, we are going to have another breakout session, but this one will be kind of brief. Yeah, we are going to play a Kahoot game before we go to our next talk. So while we are doing that, we have a little refreshment. So as we are playing the Kahoot game, so the logistic people, they will be sharing food and drinks. So while we play the Kahoot game, so I will call on Code Mon in the person of Fred to take us on the Kahoot game. So if you have played the Kahoot game, you'll be making use of your phone. You also have a stable internet so that you can easily connect and play faster. Yeah, because that's the key to the key points to the game. So bring out your phone. There will be prizes for people that win in the game. So as you are doing that, the food and the drinks will be going around. Yeah. All right, Fred.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. It is that time of the event where you get to win amazing prizes like a MacBook Pro. Yeah, the likes of them. Okay, so basically we're playing Kahoot. And how many of us know about Kahoot? Alright, for those that don't know about Kahoot, it's more like an online game where you get to compete with others. Right? So there are a set of questions, and then the fastest person to answer correctly gets the highest point. So right now you're going to battle with your internet. Okay, so like I said, visit kahoot.it. I didn't say that, sorry. Visit kahoot.it and use the game pin 919. Who's here? Yeah, you want MacBook Pro, yeah? Gonna have plenty. Alright, so we have like only 1 minute to join. Ah. Are we done? Why now? We are done now. Like 30 seconds more. Are they people still joining? If you still joining, raise your hand. Ah, connection, okay. Can you refresh? I think you might need to use a new game pin. So the first person to join would win 5,000 naira. The first person's name to appear here. I didn't see the first person. I don't see her, Forget about it. All right, join. I know see our movies. I don't. Are we done? Let's count down. 30 seconds. Let's go. 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21. Jesus Christ. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's start. So the questions are based on today's event. They're going to be very hard because MacBook Pro is expensive, right? So the first question, the first speaker's full name. So for those that came late, I'm sorry. The first speaker's name. So remember, even though you get the question correct, if someone answers it first before you, that person gets a higher point. All right. It's not Udochukwu. All right. So who's leading? Who's that? Bad guy. You still fall down. No worry. Next, true or false question. The current room temperature is about 26 degrees Celsius. I checked it too. Look up. I checked it. I actually checked. 67 answers. All right. It's false. Boy! Who's boy? Who's boy? You boy. Voila. All right. Next question, please. PWAs were created in what year? PWAs Progressive Web Applications. 2007, 2014, 2012, or 2010. See that guy's face there? PWAs were created in 2007. All right, Buhari is still Buharian. All right, let's go. We still have like 11 questions, so you can still fall down. Normal. All right, observe. All right. No. Don't worry, we'll still come down. It's not Buhari. One of the following does not relate to the sixth topic. Ask me again. The sixth topic. Is it Solidity Web 2, P2P, IPFS? Buhari is not. So the sixth topic was Okay. Fred Uncle, who be that? All right. The sixth question. How many users are putting on custom DevFest Polo? So start counting. Don't start counting. Start counting. Or do your guesswork. Like. We're about, it's meant. Okay, next question, next question. The tree application layer includes all except. This was from the Flutter topic. If you came late, forget about it. Next time you come early. So one is wrong and remaining are correct. Presentation layer. Alright. Boy, you fall down. Alright, alright. Is it true or false question? So the speaker who talked about PWAs wears a black wristwatch. If you don't get it, forget about it. It's good to check out your speakers, you know. He's not wearing a black wristwatch. Is he black? Show them, show them, show them. Show them now. It's not black. Okay. Angel is on fire. Boy, Ari, should we color your food? Alright. GDG. Build, learn, connect. Build, connect, and grow. Learn, build. So we still have about 6 questions to go. Barry. Okay. All right. Next question. Next question. Next question. Who won the first game section? Group 1 or Group 2? I won't take no. Group 2, ba? It was Group 1. Okay. Next. Blockchain is equal to cryptocurrency. Is blockchain cryptocurrency? So cryptocurrency is an application of blockchain. All right. True or false? Solidity is a strongly typed programming language. Who are those that failed this question? All right, boy, you drop down. You know. This is the excitement we're going to get. Calm down. All right, how many seats in total are there on the 4th row on both sides? On both sides. You want chop money bar, just like that. How many seats are there on the 4th row? On the 4th row. On both sides. Is that many? I want people to win, but not like that. They lie. Count it now. Okay, so just so you know, the price for the first person is 10,000 naira, and then the following gets something really small. All right, so Bitcoin is a programmable blockchain. A hint: Bitcoin uses scripts. Scripts. I can't explain further. It's not. All right, so this is like the last question. Smart contracts cannot be modified after deploying to the blockchain. True or false? True. So let's see our winners. So basically, we want to have like 3 winners, right? The third, Swag Blooms, as Samson there. Second is Victor, and the first position goes to. All right, a round of applause for yourselves. A round of applause for yourselves now. It's not easy. Is it easy? If it's easy, do it. Okay, so Mommy Joy said you should get one last winner. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so we're going to pick one lady out of the remaining. The top. So we'll see. Let's click on next. I hope we see other results. View full reports. Let's continue. So I'm going to select just one female from the 4th position to the 70, whatever. The first female that appears. Who is it going to be? Okay, go to players. Sorry, okay. No, it's not necessary. Put it back. Sorry, who is Sammy? Is that a girl? NJ is a girl. Who's Angel? Okay. Okay, so the 4th position goes to you. Alright, so the person that took the 1st position, please come and give me your account number. Oh, I should forget about it. Okay, so for those that won the first game session, right?
Yeah, the first game session.
Yeah, the group 1 members. Can you please come out? They don't go out. Okay. The person that won the count, I see your account number. I don't know. I feel you forget about it. So next time when you come for events like this, you try and be all I see. Now your range number with this. Alright. Cheers, see me, but true, just which bank is that? Chiduto Okore. Right? No, Buhari is gone. All right. Yeah, the second, third, and fourth person should come and collect. Yes, I'm done. Yeah, it's gone. All right, DJ, give me the.
Hello. Okay. Please. We need to go to the next talk we have in our calendar. Please, if you're outside, please come in, please. Hello. Hello. If you're outside, please come inside. The protocol team, please, can you help me out? Tell those outside to come inside. Let's continue. Hello. So with that, I'm going to call in the next speaker. Oh my God. Please, if you're outside, please come inside, though.
Meetup, I'm going to be talking about Firebase authentication using .NET, in .NET result pages actually. So Firebase, I don't know, most of us here are developers, so I assume that in one way or the other you have come across that term Firebase, right? If you haven't come across the term Firebase, could you raise up your hand? Okay, few. So let me just put it this way. Firebase is a service offered by Google. So it tries to isolate, not really isolate, it tries to abstract some of the complexities of creating an application or creating a service, registering a service in Google Cloud. So with Firebase, you can easily set up some of the services without any hassle. And some of the services offered in Firebase are authentication, storage, what else? Machine learning. They have a machine learning SDK anyway. And it's actually, the UI is actually very nice and pleasant to the eye. So, next slide, please. So what is .NET result pages? .NET, okay, before I even get to .NET result pages, who here hasn't heard about .NET? Like, you don't know what .NET is? Okay, don't know what .NET is, okay. Anyway, .NET has lots of them, but in the context of today's meeting, .NET it refers to C#, Microsoft technology for the web, ASP.NET, right? So anytime you hear me say .NET, I'm actually referring to the framework, ASP.NET in a Microsoft framework. So .NET result pages is actually a simpler model to Microsoft MVC backend framework. And result page is quite simplistic and it tries to remove some of the bells and whistles that might throw you off using the MVC pattern. So next, please. So what prompted me to come up with this topic? Actually, I just wanted to speak in DevFest. And as at the time of saying the link, I saw it on the WhatsApp and I was like, what am I going to do? I'm actually learning about result pages, so why don't I come up with something? And I came up with this weird stuff of using Firebase with result pages. So most of us here, I presume you don't use Firebase for server-side kind of work. Like use it on your client side, your mobile apps, Android SDK, in Flutter or whatever framework you're using. So I was like, okay, why would I use Firebase? Why would I use Firebase in the backend and not in the client? So I was thinking, and I remember there was a time when I was trying to create one website, and I needed some server-side kind of stuff. And I don't want to spend my time doing it. So I was like, okay, that seems to be a fair enough use case. So, okay, yeah. So why should I use Firebase on the server? Next slide. Execution of server-side logic on behalf of users. So, what do I mean by this? Let's say you want to create an app, and you want the application, that web app, to it performs some actions or command after a particular duration. And you can, these are some stuff you can't use Firebase on the client. You have to have your application running somewhere on the server. And what this actually entails is your server side is actually acting on behalf of yourself. You don't have to, manually text your server or press a button and be like, hey server, do this with my credentials. But for this to work, you have to make use of Firebase. You go to the settings, you get the JSON private keys. Like there's a JSON file there on Firebase console. So that JSON file is like some certain credentials, your private keys and your API keys and stuff that your server can use to, validate that I'm going to work or act on behalf of this person. Especially in all these hackathons, or when you're like trying to create or come up with your own MVP, minimum viable product. You don't want to like get into the time waste stage of creating your own authentication. And besides, not just about creating, you also have to look into the security aspect of it. And instead of using that, you can come up with the idea of, why don't I not use Firebase on the server? Since everything there is like up to par, it's secured, it's fast. I can also use it as an OpenID kind of authentication system. I can attach other federations, principles like GitHub. Like on Firebase, you can decide to attach GitHub, like authenticate using GitHub, Facebook, I think Twitter, if I'm right. Yeah, that is for easy authentication. Next slide, please. Then user management. So now when you use Firebase on your server, there are actually some things that you can do on a server that you can't do. You can't perform those actions on the console. And one of them, if I can remember, is you can't change a user's password on Firebase console. But you can do that on the server as long as you're allowed using your private keys. Next. Then another cool thing about Firebase is the fact that it's free. Insofar as you're not performing phone verification, it's free. You can have millions of users. You just dedicate this action of authentication to a third party. Dedicate it to Firebase. You don't have to worry about load, traffics, like Prosper talked about. Like Firebase does all the work for you. Next. Okay. I've talked about addition of other authentication. Okay. So addition of other authentication provider is easy. So let's say when you're using Firebase, you might assume that all you can use to authenticate yourself is just Google. But Firebase allows you to add other authentication providers using Auth 2.0 and OpenID Connect. So you can attach GitHub authenticator button. You can attach Facebook, you can attach Twitter. And you don't have, like, the way they made it to seem is quite seamless with the SDK. You have a question? Okay. Next? Yeah, next. So yeah, this model that I'm talking about, when you're trying to integrate Firebase in .NET result pages, there's a particular flow, and this little diagram here describes what the authentication process looks like. So first of all, the user signs in using, in this my flow, I'm using Firebase UI because I didn't want to actually do anything. I didn't want to write the buttons. I didn't want to like design anything using CSS and HTML. So the SDK, the Firebase UI SDK provides you their own custom UI, buttons and whatnot. You don't have to like software yourself, except you want to like customize and add some bells and whistles to it. Then so the user signs in via Firebase SDK, so Firebase UI, and after that, user's ID, that is once they are signed in, user's ID is immediately sent to the server after browser login. Then next, the server verifies, and after that, those claims are persisted as cookies. Because this model that is actually here, for continuous authentication, the cookie is what is going to be used to check if this person is actually authenticated or not. Then the final box here says feature requests from users are validated via claims in the cookies. So for this to work, I had to, like on the UI, on the client side of the website, I had to prevent the authentication states from being saved, whether as cookies or in local storage. So the client does, the only work of the client via Firebase UI is just to give me that ID, the token, and that is all. And I wanted to get into the backside, but staying from the beginning of I watched some of the talkers, and this slide does not show the text clearly enough, but let me see. Yeah, next. So in the back end, for you to actually make use of Firebase, you have to, that is for C# in .NET Razor Pages, you have to install these nuggets. Nuggets are you can relate it to node modules in JavaScript. So you have to get this Firebase admin nuggets for you to make use of Firebase in your server. Next. So yeah, I feel like this is quite dim. Can people see from the back? Can you see it? Is it clear? It's dim, I guess. Okay, but don't worry about it. I'll just describe the flow of what is here. I'll drop the GitHub link so you can check it out. So what happens is, after you install the Firebase admin NuGet, you attach the cookie scheme. You make use of cookie scheme. There are various schemes you can use to authenticate in .NET Razor Pages. So you can use the cookie scheme, you can use the JWT scheme, you can use third-party authenticators. So here, this model uses the cookie scheme. So after doing that, you attach a method to configure your cookie, how you want your cookie to behave. So added the login part. That is where anytime a challenge is being given, your backend, maybe the user needs to log in, automatically, this is a framework, so most of the things are just done behind the scene. You just need to know the methods that, carries out some or executes some actions. So here I configured the login part to /login. Then after that, I made use of the Firebase class here. I think this is probably a static class. The Firebase class here, I configured it. So this configuration extracts the private key from the downloaded JSON file from Firebase console. So with this, Firebase on my server can now act on behalf of me and perform some server-side logic. So next, please. Yeah, so this is what the login handler does. So for the first login, initial login of the person, what happens is that the Firebase API decodes and validates. It checks if the token gotten from the client is actually valid. If it's valid, it will now create the claims, various claims for me. And finally, the HTTP context.signinAsync method will now persist these claims as cookies for further authentication. And that is basically the whole model of Firebase authentication in server side. Next. So this link here is a link to the code on GitHub. So you can always check it out. And if you need further questions, feel free to reach out to me. And if you have any question here too, you can raise up your hand and ask me about Firebase or whatnot, or why I'm using it. Okay, no time, no problem. Next. Okay, that is all for Firebase.
All right, another round of applause for him, please. I think he's a speaker that he took us to the code base and showing us some code snippets. So it's cool. So I know most of us here, this is C#, right? Okay, so most of us here, maybe are newbies, you'll be looking for languages that you need to learn, and also C# is also cool. You can meet him and look into that. So, yeah. So, okay. So with that now, we are going to have a brief session before we now have the panel session, which will be the last thing we'll be doing today. So a brief session of about is a remote session by Uche and Iche. So it will be just 10 minutes. With that, we now move into the panel session and now round up for the day. Gospel, I don't know, do you have any special invitation? So just project it. Okay. Yeah, I don't know whether you have anything to say. For instance.
All right. I don't know how many of us that know Uche and Iche here. Uche and Iche, anyone? Just that side. No one here. Wow. These guys, they form my handle. Okay, so basically, Uche is someone I respect so much. He's someone I respect so much because he's not just there to talk about community, but he pioneers. He makes sure he does the legwork to get this community thing we are talking about, to get this growth around startup and the rest of them we are talking about to kind of actually come to fruition. So, oh boy, there's an echo. So, although I think when he comes on stage, he would do more better introduction than what I've done now. But you just have to know that he's a pioneer for the South movement here in the startup in the Southeast and South. So please get him on stage. Okay. Can you hear me? Do you have sound? Huh? I mean, can he hear me? Hello, Uche, can you hear me? I don't know if he can. We can't hear you, sorry. I think we can't hear you. What about yours? We can hear you now. All right. Thank you for giving us this privilege and honor. I think I will need you to introduce yourself better because I think I did a very poor one there. Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. All right. You have the stage. You have the floor now.
some other people will tell you that the technology ecosystem in itself is nothing in quotes. That you need a startup ecosystem so that the technology ecosystem can be a part and parcel of a larger ecosystem. So in the last 7 years in our region, there's been a lot of the awakening of developers. I was speaking with someone, one of you actually, I was speaking with one of you recently, and he told me how he works for 2 different companies, living right there in Owerri, and working for 2 different companies at the same time. And I thought it was great. I thought it was an opportunity that wouldn't have been available like 8 years ago. In fact, it's an opportunity that shouldn't have been available to people like 5 years ago, right? But today you can live in a way and you can do stuff. Now, but what the extension of that talk is the fact that it is possible for him to work for companies building stuff and getting paid heavily for his skill, right? How about flipping the chart and seeing that he didn't need to work for companies outside of the area, that the companies that he works for are able to pay him very well, but they are based in Owerri, or they're in Port Harcourt, or they're in any, or they're in any of the states in the region. Can you put on your imagination for a second and let's think about the value all of that is going to add to your quest to become a better person, to your quest to be a greater technologist? Can you think for a second that you don't need to travel just because you don't have opportunities, or that your younger brothers and sisters today, even if they're not tech kids, that you don't need to travel and live Owerri in order to make a living, because the companies that you have supported to build right here can employ them. Enough people don't realize the startup ecosystem is not just in tech. They employ marketers, employ they employ doctors, they employ drivers, transporters. Can you think about it for a second? So some of the companies to work in wherever they may be, because of the money they can kill, our companies employ other people aside from us as technologists, right? So what that means is that it is possible also see that we build those kind of companies here, so that they don't just employ us and employ others aspiring techies, but they are also able to employ our brothers and our sisters, our cousins, our distant cousins that did not know how to write codes, right? So it's possible for that to happen. So I think that, so one of the things I thought that a lot of new technologies are detached from the startup ecosystem. Every time we talk about startups and businesses, you don't think we're discussing you. You don't think it's something that interests you. You don't think it's something that you should pay attention to, because you don't understand how that affects you. What you don't know is that you cannot be a developer forever. At certain points in your life as a developer, you're going to have to grow in terms of ranking. There's a stage you get to as a developer, you become an operations person, and no longer the one pushing the code. to repo and pushing the codes to the sandbox and then to live to live server, right? If the life is going to come when you're going to become an operations person, even with all your skills as technologists. That's how life goes, because you have to grow. You have to grow. You're going to become a chief technical officer at some point. And so, if you are shying away from attending startup events to understand how some of these things work, then you're going to discover that you will not grow into those roles as fast as you should. So I'd like to speak to a lot of technologists today and to say to you that it is very, very important that you become an integral part of the startup ecosystem. It's very, very important that you begin to understand what the startup ecosystem is and fulfill your role in that ecosystem as a part of that ecosystem. So that's my simple message to you today. Let's work together to build an ecosystem that is all-encompassing, not just because we want to do it, but because we have to do it. We have to do it because we have to create opportunities for our siblings. A lot of our siblings are looking up to us. Some of you think that the only way you can support your siblings is to make money and keep them hand out. A lot of them are looking up to you. One of the ways you can help them is to create opportunities that they can tap into and become self-reliant on their own. So, for us as the first generation of technologists from our region, and I say that because yes, that's where we are. We're the first generation of technologists in our region, living in the region. So we have a lot of responsibility to ensure that a lot more people feel the impact of technology. And so one of the ways you can do that is to be able to utilize technology to build solutions or to be part of a system, part of startups that are building solutions. And you can't do that without getting knowledge, without connecting to the ecosystem, without participating in projects and programs in the ecosystem. And so that's what I want to speak to you about today. I'm hoping that as we hold what we call the panel session, I'll be able to speak a lot more about this and help you see what's possible. Thank you very much.
Please a round of applause for him. Okay, with that, we are going to have a panel session. So we are going to call some the community leaders for Owerri. We have her in Owerri, so they will come out here. And we have questions and success stories from each of the communities. So
I think I don't just for the second one.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So
All right. Okay, so I want to welcome, I have two persons here from the high table, two people I respect so much. So I want to welcome Mr. Excel Aja. Round of applause. I hope we know this face. If you say no, I beg you, everybody will start going home. Okay. Then someone else also that pushes startup, once it comes to startup talks, around here in Imo State. I don't know if any of us attended the startup weekend. Startup weekend, just you? Okay. So I know you probably know this face. I want to welcome Mr. Chukuma Anurunkem. So with that, I will just usher in the community leads. They know themselves. I don't need to talk too much. Community leads, GDSCs, you know yourselves, please. Okay.
Okay, so I'll also call in Onyemenam Dobisi for DevC community. Yeah, including Prosper. Prosper, I also follow him. Yeah. Then also need Atasi Esther for the design community. Is the DSC lead for the whole IMSU DSC lead? Cynthia, Cynthia, are you here? Hello, Cynthia. Yeah, I also need you here. DSC lead for Futo is, are you here? Futo DSC lead. Futo DSC lead, Nekede. Nekede. Umuagwo Polytechnic. Okay, I think, okay, let's make do with this. So this is a panel session. We are going to talk about the various tech communities we have here in Owerri and how you can be a part, depending on where you see yourself, how you can be a part of this community, the benefits of being a member of this community, how this community is going to help you out to grow career-wise. Yeah, then, yeah, so we're going to talk about that. Also share success stories of how these communities have been helping people to grow, both as a developer or any career you choose in tech. All right, I will allow us to introduce ourselves, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chukwuma Nerinkem. I'm the community lead for Imo Startups community. And so far, we organized the Imo Startups Weekend that I've been running in Imo State since 2016. I think to do for now.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Ajaxel here. I'm the CEO of Silicon Africa Technologies. And I and my team organized Social Media Fest, the one that just happened sometime in October. And we have a lot we're doing. And I'm happy to be in this place today because I think I see what I'm looking for. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cynthia Ngozi. I'm the GDS lead IMSO. I'm so glad to be here.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Opera Prosper. Yeah, I'm the co-lead for Developer Circles community from Facebook. I co-lead it with NWC. Yeah, I'm glad to be here.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Atasia Esther, and I'm a Friends of Figma lead for Owerri community. It's nice to be here.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I think I belong to most of these developer communities. I'm also a software engineer here and there. I'm happy to be here.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kem Consolation, and I'm the GDS leader of Federal Polytechnic Owerri.
Okay, sir. Can you hear us, sir? Sauche. Hello. Having trouble connecting. Okay. So, okay, with the introduction, so I want us to, I will give everyone like a minute to tell us more about your community and how you can, if a member now, or if someone wants to join your community, what are the protocols, what is involved, what your community can do for us. Yeah, so I'll give a minute for that before we proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. The Imo Startups community is for everybody. So whether you're building, whether you're a software engineer, hardware engineer, you're an accountant, you're a legal practitioner, you're a media practitioner, the Imo Startups community is for everybody. In the course of this conversation, I think I'll talk more about that. But I think what we do in our various community will only make more sense if we all, understand that the startups community is most important. Owerri is the most secure economy, or supposed to be the most secure economy in Southeast, because it is about 1 hour 30 minutes to major market and major seaport within the Southeast, South. Unfortunately, recently Enugu ranked top 5 startup state. Owerri is nowhere to be found, yet we have a lot of these communities. What is happening? Can we translate this whole software engineering? Can we translate this whole tech thing into a real product that begins to put Imo states in the map, right? So that is what the Imo startups community do, and it's for everybody. How to get in is just identify, and I'm sure as we continue the conversation, we'll know more about that. Thank you.
All right. I don't actually run a public community like that. At Silicon Africa Technologies, I think I have a 25-man team. And inside there, I just have like 5 developers. And I've been talking to this my guy here. So I need developers. And sometimes it's a bit difficult to find. So I told Chooks here that by January, I'm looking for like 10 developers. Not like they must be expert, because we want to grow. And I noticed that doing it alone may not be the right thing. The way Silicon Valley was built is community kind of stuff. Hope you guys know. Yes, and we have Futo, Nekede, IMSU, all in the same border. So if we can come together and begin to implement all that we have learned here today, we can develop solutions that can come out of Southeast, from Owerri, and to the world, So as Silicon Africa Technologies, we are going to be doing that. Then for SM First, the last program we had about 147 volunteers, and only about 16 of them were developers. So, and they were not really very much involved, just a few of them. So I think that community needs these kind of developers that are here. So we are welcoming everybody. By January, we are going to start enlisting for the Social Media Fest 2022. And I feel it will be a great time for you to showcase your skills and be seen during that event. Thank you so much.
GDSC in full means Google Develop Students Club. It actually started in IMSU in 2018 by our boss here. Yeah, so the aim of GDSC is to bridge the gap between theory and practice. So everyone is welcome to join, and unlike GDG's, it's kind of university-based for students to come and have this hands-on work experience and learn, share knowledge, and build solutions, whether it's solving business or local problems. So everyone is welcome to join the GDS group.
All right, so well, while I'm here representing developer circles, Facebook developer circles, so we pretty much do what every community is out for, right? We are a community for developers, people starting out, people that are still in their enthusiast level, people that are actually developing, people that are working. So as long as you identify as a developer, you want to become a developer, or you're already a developer, you're actually welcome to join the DevC family, because we are supported and backed by Facebook. And
yeah, hello everyone. I think I finally found my community. So today I'm representing everyone that is looking to monetize their skills, because I think at the end of the day we all want to make money from our skills. So make sure that after this event now, you link up with them and see what they've done to get there, so you can easily follow their footsteps. Yeah, so that's our community, the community of those looking to monetize their skills, either in design or anything you do. Yeah, so I will speak more about that going forward. Yeah.
Okay, as my fellow leader said, so the basic thing of a community is to learn and to bridge the gap between theory and practical. So if you are a developer, a designer, looking for a way to mingle with your colleagues, just try and join a community in your school or around you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the brief introduction. So I missed out two communities, so I'm going to, I know, because I want to pinpoint these communities because most of us here are interested in different things. So you need to identify yourself so that maybe at the end of this, you can actually reach out to them and connect with them. So I'm calling, we have Microsoft community in Futo. So Samson, please represent us there. So we'll talk about that. Then I'm also calling on Emeto Winner to represent the data science community. Yeah. So they are going to introduce themselves and not tell us about their community.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emeto Winner. Quite a lot of things. I'm a software engineer, I'm a data scientist, data analyst, currently working with Microsoft as an SSP.
Hello everyone, I'm Samson Amugo. I'm a software engineer. I'm also a Microsoft Learn Student Ambassador. So what we do in our community is to help, provide all these resources, learning resources, create events that students can participate in, virtual and physical events. Also help students that are looking for how to actually enter into this tech part because there's a lot of noise in this tech stuff. So that is what we basically do.
Okay, let me just put it this way. I think I'm going to bring more diversity into the software engineering talk and everything. You don't really need to, if you want to venture into tech, there is a lot of stuff you can do. And me being here that I am today, I can attribute that to venturing into data science. Right. I said earlier that I've done a lot of stuff. I started as a front end. I did design. The BC can attest to that. But then when I found Python, I started doing data science. That is when I started getting the attention that I actually needed. So I'm here to talk more about how you can start your career as a data scientist, not just as a data scientist, because I believe that if you have the skill of a data science, you can do quite a lot of stuff. You can work as a data engineer, you can work as a data analyst, you can work as a business analyst. So there's a lot of stuff you can do. So I'm here to kind of represent that and shine that light to you all.
All right, thank you for that. So the person that is going to anchor this panel session is Uche Aniche. So we are trying to connect with him now. So let's just give him some few minutes before we get started. Okay, so while we wait for him, we can't be idle. So I think I have some few questions here. So, but before I get started with my questions, okay, I think he's up. Okay, so I'm calling on Ndubisi. Please, can you give us any success story, generally in our tech community? Any success story from people from, because you're in almost virtually in every community here. So just can you tell us some success stories to encourage people that are trying to come into any of the communities?
Okay, I think when we started around 2017, we didn't have much communities. I think at that point, we didn't have any official community. So our first point of call was to try to attract communities. We didn't have the Google Developer Group. We didn't have the Facebook Developer Circle. We didn't have any of these communities that you saw here. So we had a pioneer, Mr. Bolahan. I don't know if anybody knows Mr. Bolahan. Yes. So Mr. Bolahan was opportune to be working for a tech hub. And at the tech hub, he employed his resources, his time and all of that to organize meetups, organize tutorials around Vue.js, React and all of that. All with his time. And even design. So I think he brought Omar into design. So first of all, the pioneers did to get all the communities that we had. So once we had all the communities, once we went on social media and Twitter, made some noise, we got to attract both the Facebook developer community, same for Google. And as I always say, success can be taught. Once we learned how to do one, we learned how to do two. From that, we learned how to get communities. We started off with communities, and from communities, we needed people to get jobs. Because communities without jobs would amount to the noise Samson was talking. Because people need to see something they can hold on to sustain their lives in the community. So from that, we also had persons getting jobs. I think we had persons doing internships first. We had persons doing different open source internships. Internships with MLH. I think Prosper did MLH, Major League Hacking. I did Google Summer of Code. I think some other persons did some other internships. Then moving away from internships, we wanted to get actual jobs. I think we had a developer, a senior software developer at Andela, George Iwu. Does anybody know George Iwu? So George Iwu was a senior software engineer at Andela. He tried to get everybody to join Andela and everybody to learn React then. So I just want us to follow the story and see how far you can get if you get people in your community who are pushing you. So I think George Iwu got the first job. Then Obin and Anyanwu, I think Daltimore got the other job. Then aside Daltimore, I think jobs started spreading around the whole community. I got a job with Patricia and Prosper got a job with us. I think Austin has worked with WirePay and now Bento, same with other guys. So the thing is, if you're in a company and there's a job opening, right? And you know somebody in your community who has those skills. That's why we say communities are very, very important. If you're in a community and I know your skill sets and I'm in the position to give a referral, definitely if those jobs come up, I'm also going to refer you. So to cut the long story short, moving from a city with 0 tech communities, all thanks to the efforts and the sacrifices of our pioneers. Sacrifices are very important. We've been able to get jobs across companies. I think we even have people working for Microsoft now. We have persons doing outreach year after year. We have persons doing GSOC year after year. And we have persons doing a whole lot of stuff. So the success stories are just around us. They are not something we hear, some things that are like fiction. We have a lot of persons here who are software engineers. And the goal is that everybody who is looking to do one thing or the other can tap into the community and also be part of those success stories. So it won't be about hearing it. It will also be about you manifesting the stories. Yeah, so those are the success stories. We have everything you can think of within the community. Yeah, Austin, thank you very much.
Please, a round of applause for him, please. So, like he said, in Dubisi, he himself, he brought me into tech. Yeah, me personally, he has been like a mentor. Yeah, because I just follow him. He said, "Follow who know road." Maybe he knows the road. So, and since 3 years ago, yeah, I think 3 years ago, been doing great and been doing a whole lot of stuff together. Even including me, Winner. Yeah, even Oma. We started together with Oma as well. So, and the community is really growing, especially there at IMSU. So, it's really a success story, personally for me, because I have a lot of success stories. Especially this year was really an awesome year for me, though it's a crazy year for me as well. All right, so, is he up? Okay, the next question will go to, okay, sir. So please, startup in Imo State, can you like give us, is there any startup company that is active currently, or how are the operations of maybe the current active startups? Can you give us, throw more light on that?
It's just clear that you're not the moderator. Yeah. So you're forming the question. It's normal. So when you ask me Are there startups community? I will throw the question back to this community here. You're supposed to be the startups now. Right? You're the ones that are supposed to do it. No, don't worry. I'm answering your question. You see, when we talk startup, what we're saying, I've listened to Oyema, and you guys are getting a lot of jobs, and that's great. But do you guys have plans, apart from getting those jobs, do you have plans to build real startups here in Imo State? That's the next question. So is it that you don't have the plans to build startups, or you don't know how and the process of building startups? So what we do at Imo Startup Weekend is spark up these conversations and bring relevant bodies, because sometimes it's not just about building, knowing the software and the programming. How do you convert this into a real product? So my brother, currently in Imo State, there is no startup who can hold hands. Recently, there was an IIF roadshow, Impact Investors Forum roadshow. They were begging for they were looking for startups to invest in. Nothing. Are you getting me? So currently we don't have, and that is why we're having this conversation. That is why I'm seated here. And I'm saying, please, these web developers here, programmers, software engineers, designers, can we begin to think at that level where we convert some of these skills into real startups? I don't know. That's it.
All right, thank you, sir. So I think Una has something to say.
Yeah, I actually know that there is a point you get, you won't have that energy. You might still have the capacity, but you won't have that energy to still be building. So, and we are not blind to that. If you look at what I'm wearing now, I'm actually advertising a startup. If you look at Oscar here, I think he's also advertising a startup. So the thing is just that we are still in the background, right? It's all about the process. But I believe we won't be in this position that we are today in the next 2 to 3 years coming. Things are coming up, but they are not in the spotlight yet because probably the products are not ready yet or fully ready, but something is coming.
Yeah, like actually no startup that I feel is doing well. That is scholarly also. Yeah, it's actually they grew from a photo e-learning app, then they like expanded, and currently on Play Store is an actual application. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think scholarly.ng photo e-learning app. That is where they emerged from, and on Play Store they actually have over 100,000 downloads. Like in, I think 3 of their apps. So that is actually converting well.
Please, if you want to clap. Thank you. So these are, I think that's what, like I said, that's why I'm here, to hear some of these things, right? I actually graduated from FUTO, Information Management Technology. In 2016, at Umuchima, that was when I saw Kaduna Startup.
Avila, who is knocking on the door?
Okay, so I'm glad to hear this. And please,
okay, guys.
why I ask some of these questions?
Sorry, I'm sure you heard that. I mean, that's part of.
No problem. No problems.
It's part of virtual meetings,
No problems. We understand, sir. So why I asked this question is so that all of us, I'm sure some persons didn't know about what you just said about this new startup. Some persons didn't know this before. So when we share the stories, more people are inspired to start something. And I really agree with you that 2-3 years from now, this ecosystem will not be the way it is. Most of these companies or most of these startups would have grown enough energy to be on the spotlight. So the bottom point is, if you're here and you're not thinking startup, then you should start thinking about that. And like Onyema talked about, always show up for meetings like this so you know what is happening, so you can follow the process, so that 3 years designing or still be coding and you don't even have a clear picture of how you're transiting from just becoming an engineer to start delivering real product. So thank you. You guys are doing great. Okay.
All right, thank you so much for raising that point.
All right,
um,
all right. Sorry, Excel. Chukuma, thanks. I barely heard what you said, but I'm sure you guys can hear me.
yeah, very clearly, sir.
Even if I can hear you from there. So maybe I'm not sure if I can, moderate this from here. So your network is like the network.
We can hear you, sir. We can hear you very well.
Okay, I think it's better now. Awesome. All right. So Chukuma, and Excel, who else is on the team? Is on the panel, guys. I think that the conversation is. Let's look at it from this way. Technologists would want to be a part of the entire startup ecosystem. Okay, but do we understand them? Do we understand what they need? Do we understand what it is that technologists need? I would really want to ask the panelists. I want to ask maybe someone from the audience. I want to understand what are your aspirations as technologists, basically. I don't want to claim, even if I code and I do all that stuff, I don't want to claim I understand because I've gone over the other line and I understand what's happening. But I don't want to claim that I understand.
Hello, okay, did we get the question? Okay, I should rephrase, right? Okay, the question goes like this. Can you tell us what makes it, let me use the word boring, right? What makes you like feel reluctant to attend gatherings like this? Okay, startup talks. Startup talks, basically startup talks, right? Because I believe we did the startup weekend, but then I think the turn up was not, okay. Okay.
Hello, my name is Queen Helen. Most times, I feel like we go over the same thing. We've heard these things. Most of us who have gone for events, we come for events, we hear ideas, very big ideas, time for execution, nothing happens. So most times, people are tired of hearing something over and over again.
Uche, permit me to come in. Like, nothing happens from who, actually?
From the community. Let's say today we are here.
Go for events,
GDG.
Ideas. Yes.
Okay, today we are here. We're talking about having communities and building. Okay, so we are talking about building and connecting and growing. And after today, we just connect on WhatsApp. We'll all go back home and continue viewing WhatsApp statuses, and that's the end.
Okay, that's nice. Thank you. What's your name? You didn't say your name.
Queen Helen.
What's your name? You didn't say your name.
Queen Helen.
Are you? Did you say Queen?
Yeah.
I think one of the challenges we have is people who want to just come for events, snap pictures, I attended, and they won't go back to develop themselves and grow themselves, be able to access the opportunities that these events bring to them, right? So all we do is, after this event now, the red carpet area will be filled with people taking pictures, GDG for life, all of that. So they wouldn't go back to go learn deep stuff. Like now, there are people who are looking for developers in this Owerri. They feel like if it's someone in Lagos, you pay them 200,000, 300,000, 1 million for a project, but you can't pay to someone in Owerri. Bros, compare your code and their code. their depth of knowledge may not be the same, you know. So what you need to do is go deep. That's one thing I've always said. If you want to do web development, if you want to do coding, if you want to be a software engineer, come on, get deep into this stuff. Learn it very well. Not when you attend this program now. You now go on Facebook and say you are now an expert developer. You know that kind of stuff. Just by being in this program, you collect one line that somebody shared, and now say blockchain expert. Who will say you wouldn't learn anything, you know. So instead of just having shallow knowledge, when you come for events like this, what it does is it opens your eyes to possibilities, right? It is now your own duty to go back and expand on what you've heard, because nobody's going to teach you all the intricacies of development in one program. Hope you know that. Like today, while that guy was talking, many of you were pressing your phone. I was putting down the guy that did smart contracts. I met his session. I had a lot of things he mentioned. I'm going to go back and reach about them. I'm not a developer. I'm a businessman. So I want to know stuff so that when I'm talking to my developers, I can communicate with them at that level. So don't just come here and be excited after a snap picture and that is all. Go back, learn, study, and be interested, be genuinely interested and not just showing up. I think that's what I have to tell those who feel that they don't do anything with what they learn in meetings like this. You need to go back and develop yourself very, very well. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Excel. So, I'd like to hear from someone else on the panel. I can see that aside from you and Chukuma, there are so many more people that I don't know their names. So maybe you should hand over the microphone to someone else who will introduce himself and then try to answer the question.
All right. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'll just introduce myself again. Opera Prosper. Yeah, so I think I actually believe in network effects, right? So I think most communities or most communities actually grow with network effects. Same way we grew the developers community from no community to many communities. So I think the network effect of the success stories count up to 10, 20 companies, startups in Yaba, because there's a network of so much success stories you can see, not just people telling you, okay, this startup is doing this, but you can see tangibly that people are starting up something and they're actually succeeding at it. So I believe that when we start getting these success stories here in Imo State, I honestly believe that it's going to build the network effect that people will begin to pick up interest in starting businesses, because at the end of the day, running a business is not an easy task. Like running a startup, in fact, it's sometimes as a startup founder, you might even be earning less than someone doing development at the end of the day. But then when people see that people are actually succeeding at this startup thing, honestly, I believe that it's going to start building the interest, and people will even begin to attempt to start up here in Imo State, and even the enthusiasm and the hunger to want.
I apologize. I should have been there physically, but I couldn't, and so internet is messing us up today. So I know that Excel is capable of moderating this, so I'm going to hand over to him. But before I do that, and allow you have a conversation, I'd like to say something to, I believe, Queen that asked the question. Queen, your feedback is very, very well noted, and it is very, very valid as well. But I need to just say a few things. One of the things I need to say is that I think that's important that we understand what these types of events are supposed to be for. This type of event one-offs. They're not. It's not regularly that you go to a meetup and you strike ideas that grow up. Right now, what you should look out for is connections. Look out for connections when you go for events like this. Look out for possible people to work, to team up with, to work with, because going forward, those are the kind of things you want to be able to leverage on eventually. Networking is an important component, because the jobs you're going to eventually get are not necessarily going to come from developers alone. Sometimes there are founders that are looking for developers, right? So it's important that you attend those kind of, non-developer events, because of the networking opportunities, and also because of the learning opportunities, because you cannot give what you don't have, right? Sometimes the jobs you get is not just because you have technical skills. When you have certain level of business skills attached to your skills, it makes you a well-rounded person, and it makes you highly sought after. In a pool of developers that have equal talent and equal skills, what will stand you apart is your business acumen, your ability to understand the business dimension to things. That's what's going to stand you apart. So when you don't attend those type of events because they're non-developer event, or because ideas are not going to scale, it becomes you're actually shooting yourself on the foot. So guys, I'm going to hand over to you. I don't want to hog all the mic. Please, guys, thank you so much for having me. Excel, over to you.
Thank you so much. Please, can we clap for Mr. Uche? Mr. Uche, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Uche, for all you do for the community here in the Southeast and South. Okay, so...
thank you.
I've just become an urgent moderator, as you can see. So, any person understandable here? Huh? Mberede nyiridike. My man. All right, so we are going to do this straight. The fact is that I'm not going to ask original questions now, not the ones they formulated for me, right? So when I came in here, I was so happy to see a lot of young people like me, Is it normal? How many of you are students here? Please raise your hand if you're a student. Amazing. Even on the panel, students here, please raise your hand. Okay, amazing. So please, I want us to take this conversation to the student community, since many of us are in the student community, right? Okay, so I want to know from which is your community? IMSU? Polinekede. Okay, I want to know, like as we've gathered here, is there a place? Because some days ago I was talking with one of computer science lecturers in Naked. I was asking him, please, I need your best student who is a software developer. And he says, okay, he will go back and check out for me. He lives in my estate. So now, is there a place I can come to in Naked and I can find your team, as in the best guys who are into software development, programming, and all of that? Do you guys have a network that is strong where you can recommend someone and that person will not feel who you have recommended him to?
Okay, sir. In my school, actually, we have issues of building allocations. Like, physically, I don't think there's a place to meet, but maybe online. They have various groups online. We have the tech community of Nekede. We have the DSC. They also have small tech hubs around where you meet various developers, Programmer City, and the rest. If you come there, you see lots of tech people and developers around there.
Why I ask that question is, some companies that are trying to come up in Owerri are looking for developers. Where do they go to find them? In where? Some of them don't know about these communities. That's what I'm telling you. So what we should be doing, why it is nice you share your stories, like even if you're a novice. If you have gotten deep knowledge, I feel you should share your stories online constantly of things like this. I didn't know that this meetup is of this capacity. And is everybody here a software developer? Okay, so my host, say calm down. Are you is everybody a software developer? No. Some of us are intending, right? Oh, that's great. So I'm feeling, is there a way, I want to ask you, Prosper, is there a way we can develop a talent mining system? Is it possible? Do you think something that can be done for us here in Owerri, so that there are people who are looking for a developer and you cannot recommend some because you know that they are just making noise now? You get what I'm saying? You say, I'm a back-end, full stack. If you give him, and he says it's engineer, you know, when they say developer, it's different. If they say full stack engineer, it means he can, you know. So please, is there a way we can develop a talent mine where only those who meet a certain level of requirements can be in that community? Can you guys think?
All right, thank you for the question. Okay, so being a community lead myself with NWBC, I know we've actually had this kind of conversations in the past. So what I think we actually need, one way I know we can actually achieve this is, one, by collaboration. Yeah, okay, because for the longest time, developer communities, we've been in isolation from the startup community. And I think it's only of recent, or in recent years, that I've started seeing some involvement where startup communities are actually, especially with Sauche, his Startup South movement, like involving developers. So I think we can actually solve this via collaboration. And when I say collaboration, say a company wants to recruit developers from the developer community. I think the fastest and one of the best ways the company can actually achieve that is through organizing hackathons. Okay, because, okay, I've seen a couple of companies adopt that strategy. So they come to a community, okay, the community has the developers, okay, but now this company is looking out for the best developers in that community. So, well, if you start going via the referral route, it might be a bit biased, and people that actually can do that work might not really get the opportunity, because the truth is, the community lead might not know everybody that by their individual strength. So one way to solve that is by actually adopting hackathon. So if the company can sponsor a hackathon, it must not really be an expensive hackathon. A company can just sponsor a hackathon where the company can just decide what the kind of skills they want from developers from that community. Then they organize a hackathon just to showcase those skills. And the developers that win the hackathon, if you are looking for like 5-6 developers, so the first 5-6 developers that actually meet the criteria for the hackathon are potential hires. Because I know a lot of companies actually adopt that hackathon strategy, come in collaboration with developer communities. They organize hackathons, and developers love hackathons. As far as there is a prize to be won, people will show up. And I believe it's a strong way for like opening up a hiring pipeline.
Please, let's applaud this guy, please. Okay. You know, I'm learning here now, right? I'm looking for developers. Guys, in January, there shall be a hackathon. I'm serious. No jokes. My boss, how far now? You will coordinate that one for me now. That works, right? All right. Okay, this guy knows road, Abi. All right, so you've heard him very well. For startups, I think this goes really well. And I think Facebook actually adopted this very well in their development of different features on Facebook, right? Hope I'm saying the right thing, Facebook guy. Even Patricia do hackathon, right? So I think if you're a startup owner here, or you know one, I think organizing hackathons with a prize can help you get the best hires. Okay, please, you ask a question and one of us in this panel will answer you. Please, come on. You want to say something?
Yeah. Okay. This hackathon, I guess, is just for people, us experts, and people already developed in all this programming stuff. Because I think we should create a room for beginners and all that.
So, well, when companies hire, honestly, most companies don't really hire beginners, except they have the budget to like train them, right? So when they organize hackathons, the aim of the hackathon might be to hire. So if the aim of the hackathon is to hire, definitely they are looking for, well, not necessarily experts, but people that can deliver consistently in what they want as a company. So
Also, I think beginners don't really need to be afraid of hackathons. Because if you say you're an expert in the field, I'm sure you're going to already have a well-paying job in that field. So probably you won't come to the hackathon to compete to get a job because you already have one. Yeah, so definitely it's beginners who are already pushing themselves that would see hackathons as an opportunity to showcase themselves. Because some persons actually have skills, but they're just looking for an opportunity to showcase what they have. And those are the beginners we're looking for. Not beginners who don't want to do hard things or solve hard problems. You understand? So hackathons are actually for beginners. Experts already have jobs. So I don't think the newbies will be afraid of hackathons. Yeah.
Did you hear that? Experts already do what? So the hackathons are for the, not just any kind of beginner, right? Beginners who are willing to solve tough problems. Hope you got the criteria now. I know when we are saying this, you are just listening. Please get the details. Very, very important. Okay, so please, we're going to be taking questions from the audience because time is fast spent. Questions, please. These people here want to answer your questions, including me. There's a mic there, right? So please, make your question brief. Say your name and go straight to your question. Thank you. Is that hand for Jesus or for him? All right. All right. Thank you so much. Please go ahead.
Going by the conversation that we've been having here, I feel that we should make it more practical and more real because most times, like the Queen said, she was like, we finish collecting number and you just let us view WhatsApp statuses. So some of us here, like especially for the beginners that we talked about, like we are coming from different backgrounds and different circumstances. So and we find out that like I said, the circumstances tend to limit your, your learning pace or sort of that's your learning pace. So like it's not like a balanced something. So what I'm trying to say is that if there is a way, like the community, the startup community, the developer community, the company community, and whatever come together and like create physical hubs whereby people can actually show interest and consistency and dedication and the rest of them can come, like you come in the morning, there is power, there is internet. You go from morning till night, you go. When
That's fine.
Why I'm saying this, I'm actually saying it from experience because throughout the lockdown last year, I was at home, and we all know how the lockdown went. So I was at home, and it was not fun because where I live, there is no light, and there is no light, you can't do anything. So it was towards the end of the lockdown, towards that SARS period when they were relaxing the lockdown, that I had to be going to a particular business center in town. Like I transported myself there every day, and I knew the stress and everything.
Okay.
It's not like internet is there. I still provided internet for myself. So all these things are what limits the beginners and the learners that we are talking about. That kind of limit them to go to that level, whereby.
Okay, praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Let me give it to you. We had to just cut it that short. But what you've said is true. And I wanted to react to Promise, right? I wanted to react to what you said about collaboration. See, we don't understand what collaboration is. You know why that guy is suffering what he suffered? It's because there is no collaboration in the IMO ecosystem at all. During the IMO Startup Weekend planning, I sent message to a few community leads and only gospel showed up for IMO Startup Weekend. Sending that message to community leads was strategic for us so that we can carry everybody along in these conversations. See, collaboration is beyond plenty talk, bros. Collaboration is so deliberate that it is not convenient. But because we know that the only way we can achieve big things is by collaborating. When God was creating everything, when he got to creating a full human being, he said, come, let us make man. See, we will continue to operate at our small level if we do not explore the possibilities in collaboration. So beyond this conversation for GDG DevFest 2021, do we have plans to come together as community leads and deliberate on matters like this? While the young man was talking, I just said, who will pay? But the truth is, this is the reality facing some beginners who probably can do exploits if we collaborate and make some of these things work. We don't know the power we don't know the power we have until we sit down on that round table, have these various community leads and say, these are the challenges from each of our community. This guy is in our community is passing. What can we do? Some of us can take this conversation to government. Some of us can take these conversations to people that can sponsor. There are companies. The last Imo Startup Weekend, like I was using my money until from nowhere, Victoria Farms came up and gave us almost 500,000 naira. And they came to the event. The first day we had about 100 and something persons, and they were blown. I said, why are you guys blown? Like, this number is few. I'm sure if they come here, they will just sit down and they will not go. They want to just find a way to carry you guys. They were blown away with just 100 and something thousand, and they were saying, we want to make this happen. But the truth of the matter is, you don't know these Victoria Farms guys. But if we start collaborating, we'll come to a round table and say, we have this contact. We myself will have this contact. Silicon say we have this contact. And we'll begin to make stuffs work. Then finally, because I'm not sure I want to hold this mic again. If we must do big things, please, beyond the community collaboration, you as an individual, find ways to collaborate. In the Imo Startup community, it is connect, collaborate, and grow. You as an individual, beyond the work you're working for somebody, find ways to deliberately collaborate. You will succeed even if you don't collaborate. But the truth is, you can never build big things. Mark my word, you can never build big things if you don't collaborate. You will just be there. One farmer from nowhere will assemble programmers and will be doing well as a startup. Will raise seed funding worth millions of dollars. You that carry the program in your head, you're just working for companies, which is nice. But my conversation is, please, can we have me as an evangelist for startup? Can you, out of this whole persons, if I can just have 10 persons who are deliberate about building startup, it is not going to be easy. But can we get few persons and let's push this thing? It is very, very important. Thank you very much.
All right. Okay, you have more question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I attend to that one too?
Okay, that other guy, right? Abi.
Yes, from the angle of a struggling developer. Yes. So I think most of the developers who are doing well in the community today actually started from struggling. Most times, if you even come from a rich family, you might not have time to code all day and all of that. Most times, it's even the struggle that inspires you. Most of us, we did take up software engineering as a means to alleviate ourselves, because I think it's actually one of the jobs where you don't need to know anybody to get a job. What you need is the skill. You understand? So I would encourage our friend and other persons who are finding it difficult to please try to make connections. If you bring up things like this in the community, I think at the point we raised some funds to buy a laptop for somebody. Does anybody remember that? Yes. And the reason we did that was the person always showed up. The person always designed flyers for us for free. If you don't have money, at least you should have some kind of initiative. I know I might say some harsh words, but I think we also have to say facts the way they are. Yes, value proposition. Even if you have to do difficult tasks, even if you have to do tasks that you're not supposed to do, just have a goal and work towards it. Most times, nobody will come to save you, to be honest. You have to be the one to struggle, and also, when you are in a better place, you make things better for other persons too. So first off, as everyone has mentioned, collaboration, and second, initiative, and third, do whatever you need to do to get to your goals. Definitely, as a community, definitely you can reach out. We'll see ways we can help you, especially in photo. I know there are hubs in photo. Any of us can easily put in some money at a hub in photo, so you go there and take the time to learn. But we won't get to do this for you until we see the kind of initiative you're putting in and the kind of work you're doing. So it's about mostly exchanging value. So while you expect some things from some other persons, you should also do some things for people too, and that way it will be easy for people to help you. You understand? Yeah. Everybody struggles. Yeah.
My name is Edward Christian. I'm from Federal Polytechnic. I want to direct my question directly to my friend. Sorry, I'm going to be direct. I'm going to be straightforward.
With all due respect. With all due respect. Go ahead, please.
He talked about the limitations that he is facing as a lead. And one of the limitations he talked about is gifting or block area. But for me, I'm not asking him, like, what brought me? This is my first time of going to this place. And if not for Helen, I wouldn't be here because I don't know about it. So how can people join community when they don't actually know such a thing exists? You understand? Let me now use as a in my level, people that want this kind of thing that needs it, they are plenty. But they are like sheep without a shepherd. And they're looking, and like me, I'm one of them. That is even what made me to leave everything and do just to come to this place. So how can you tell that the building is the problem, and you are talking about an external hub, when actually the students that need this, they don't have the knowledge that so many things exist. So I think the best thing to do is to go for an evangelism, just like they are doing here, so that people will know.
All right. Okay. Wait. You asked your question and you answered it too, right? Is it not what you did now? How can we locate him? All right. Please. This question is on behalf of all naked students. To you. How will those who are interested in web development community, how will they locate you, sir?
That was a nice one. Violence. So he talked about us, about how would they reach me. Well, I remember vividly, since last year, we have been going for severe evangelism. So, like, class to class, department to department, even through their course reps. Like, I've been begging them, come, let us learn together. Where you dey, guy? How far? So, like, you know, when they send them something, okay, like majority of them, I told them, we have DevFest event today. Come, let's go. So we're asking, they go share rice. Some they ask, like, will there be transportation? Like, from here to naked, there is no far. What's in the happen? So if you are saying that you cannot reach me, maybe you know they're active on our WhatsApp group. Because I've been sending it. I don't know what to say again, I beg.
Okay, please. Let's have our Microsoft.
Okay, yeah. So in my school, in our tech community group, Microsoft Tech Community Group, Futo, I discovered that like there was little or more engagement because our group was actually filled, but people that actually engaged on the group were lesser compared to the number. So what we actually did was to create a new group and send the link to the initial group, and then those that actually found interest in maybe the information they get there or just wanting to be in the group would click and join. And the main aim for doing this is that I wanted it, and also my other peers, because I'm not the only ambassador, So I communicated with other peers and we were like, we also want this thing to grow, not just when we leave, it will be vacant. So what we did is to share this new group to junior candidates, year 1, year 2, let them know about it, because there are lots of like exclusive information that you can't get if you're there, if you're not there. So that is what we are doing in our community.
And to add to this, it didn't start today. Some of us joining all these communities sees this as a means to cash out. All these students, once they see, okay, like let's say those ones currently joining, once they see NWC, NWC is dressing well, he's spending well, you ask, what does he do? He's a software engineer. I want to be a software engineer. They will come in. You understand? And once they come in, they just have that mindset that it's an easy journey. It's something that you just come in, plug 1 or 2, learn HTML, JavaScript, 2 months, and you start cashing out. So, but once they join and they see that it's not like that, even after having all the knowledge, all the skill, you still have to like struggle before you start making that money, right? You still have to pass through a lot of struggle, a lot of stress, a lot of hardship before you start seeing money. You see all of them start drawing back. They might not leave the group. They will just be there and observing. You understand? They will be like, nah, it's like this is not my calling. You understand? So most times, it's not about the population. It's about intent. Yeah, it's about intent. It's about commitment, as you've said.
Then one other thing I want to say is that sometimes when you're actually looking for something, you have to go extra mile. Like the guy over there talked about we are highly disadvantaged in lots of stuff, electricity, data, routes, and whatnot. But like if you actually want something, I've seen students, they don't have access to but they go out and look, spend money, enter bike, enter keke, and get to hubs. Maybe go to libraries and spend your time, maybe move to their friend's place to do. And those people now, as they are actually going out of their way to source out how can they, this guy's actually serious. Referral comes in and that is how you grow.
Amazing. Please, let's applaud these guys now. All right. Okay, so is that a question? Is that a question? Contribution? Let's take questions, please. All right. Question, please. Just go ahead. We can hear you.
Encouraging your girlfriend to join. I think it will be more inclusive, right? So that's my question. First question: how do we encourage more women? And another thing I want to say, I want to portray what he was trying to say, the naked guy. So I would say, you can actually team up with consolation to push naked if you think naked is not actually lagging behind. Because that guy vocal enough, he can convince 1 or 2 persons to join them or make the tech community negative. Because I know there's a community they set of subnet, right? So subnet is actually a new community developed in negative or developers. So I think maybe you're not taking your internet, your WhatsApp enough. Because you have heard of that. They went for equalitarianism, I was aware of that. So me that is in Lagos know about that. What happened to you that is in negative? And I would say using making use of Bank Niger will be of a great help to you if there is no hub close to you. Because I made use of Bank Niger why learning how to go when I was in school. So Bank Niger can also help you out. Run your system and do whatever you want to do.
Yeah, Joy, please, I want to correct something. There is something she said. Asking the guy that since he's vocal, that he can convince some of his classmates to venture into tech is very, very wrong. you don't convince someone to venture into tech, because if you are convincing them, you should be their sponsor. That, yeah, you no. Yeah, but what I'm trying to say here is, don't convince anybody unless you are a sole sponsor. You will be there to guide the person, sponsor the person, give money, give electricity, every need of that person till the person achieves success. Because if you try to convince someone, once the person hits a roadblock, it will be like, why did you bring me into this?
Okay, all right, fine. Let me answer your question on the area of how to encourage more women to be part of what we're doing. Hello, guys. Can we get some quietness, please? All right. I run a tech company, and we have 50-50 men and women. All right? The thing is that, please, I want women to get this right. Let them not be in the tech ecosystem or join because we are doing gender balance. Let them be there because they have the skills. Let them be there because they are going to learn it. Not because of pity. And how can we have 10 good developers that are men and only one that is a female? Let the 9 that are not there learn it and be as good as the guys. Does it make sense? Yes. So most times when we talk about this gender balance stuff in tech and other places in life, women don't go that extra mile to develop their capacity to do this thing very well. And I've noticed that, see, if you run a company, women are more trustworthy than men. I'm telling you, if they are very good, they are good. They will do it with their heart. Like, if you run a company, a woman says, give her a project to supervise. She will supervise that project with all of her heart and deliver reports. A guy can give excuse, do their guy stuff. But only few women have that skill enough to lead a team, to be in that kind of position. So women should not be doing this stuff by pity. Let's balance the number. And we are balancing the number because you are a woman. No. Let it be that we are getting you on board because you meet the requirement, you meet the skill set. So often, many people think, see, for the ladies, be bold enough. If you know you have the skill set, show up, come for the interview. Okay, you think you can lead this conversation here, and you are at the end there, and we don't have you on board here. When you respond to a question, and it is tangible enough, the next meeting will consider bringing you on board. Is it not true? Yeah. But most times, let's ask question on this audience. Women will keep quiet. See, you might know it, but you are not in your heart. Does it make sense? So now that we said this program is happening, do you know that on the WhatsApp group that this guy saw this message, other women saw it? But the guy moved to come. Do we have to do a separate preaching for them? Separate evangelism? We should do extreme evangelism for them. So what we should do is, women should begin to understand that it is not about gender. In a world like this, it's about skill sets. It's about knowing it and knowing it very well. So when a woman comes into this system, please, we expect that you go the extra mile. Very, very important. Some people say, no, that the man wants to sleep with them. My brother, my sister, if you are a skillful lady and you know how to, you're bringing solutions to the company, if they don't want to hire you, what do? You go to the next one. So, women, please, I expect that you guys should be able to commit to learning, go the extra mile, and don't feel intimidated when you see men. Hello? Does that make sense? Yes. All right, I think we'll be closing this conversation at this time because of time. Please, just one last word, 30 seconds. If you pass 30 seconds, I'll collect mic from you. 30 seconds, please.
Okay, my own contribution here is there are other things you can learn apart from software engineer. There are other things you can learn. So try to also explore other areas. Yeah, inside the tech space. We are in tech meetup, so inside the tech space.
Your last word. Your last word. Okay. Okay. My contribution here is don't just get into tech due to peer pressure. It requires a lot of dedication and sacrifice. Like, if you really want to get into it, just know you want to get into it and then decide and dedicate your time into it, and hopefully it will turn out well for you.
Okay, my last word for this conversation. Please, every community lead, I want to collaborate with you. I don't know, we need to find time to meet. I'll get your numbers here. And with that collaboration, I promise us 2022 will be a better one for the tech community. Thank you very much.
My last contribution is, let's not be afraid to try out new stuffs. I know imposter syndrome is there for every software developer or anyone starting out a path in the software engineering world. So let's know it's there and try to overcome it.
All right, so I'll try not to be a motivational speaker. Yeah, but okay, so just know that irrespective of the gender, right? Everybody, we all have our own share of challenges, right? So tech, it's well, when they say tech is the new oil and all of that, in as much as it's the new oil, you still have to dig for the oil, abi? So irrespective of your gender, male or female, you have to do the work of digging, right? So I understand that there might be a lot of stumbling blocks for ladies, which are actually real. True, they are real. Yeah, but then everybody, even the guys, we also have our own challenges, right? The ladies, you also have your own challenges. The truth of the matter is, anyone doing well for themselves in tech today actually found a way to overcome those challenges. Okay? So instead of focusing on these challenges, let's talk about how can we overcome those challenges. And if you keep showing up, if you keep trying to get better, if you keep looking out for opportunities to better yourself as a technologist or someone who is really interested in getting into tech, I really believe you break into tech and you do well for yourself.
Okay, my final say on this is that most women feel tech is a guy's thing, right? I try to reach out to some of my friends, like where I live, and then I try to tell them stuff about learning computer, and most of them they just tend to feel nonchalant about it. They tell you it's a guy's thing, computer. And some people, when I tell them what I do, they'll be like, Yahoo girl. You get to hear stuff like that a lot. But I just want to encourage women here that tech is for everyone, right? It's something anybody can do. Like it doesn't have anything to do with gender. It doesn't matter if you're a woman or a man. You just have to learn how to do your thing very well, learn your crafts very well. One thing is just learning it very well, and you can stand out. You can even do better than the guys. Thank you.
Yeah, so my last words are still on community. If you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, you go with others. So I'm encouraging all of us, let this not just be another meeting we come to and go home. Try and leverage every member of the community, know what they are doing, and try to tap in so you can also progress as a techie. Yeah.
Okay, my final is that if you want to go for something, you have to push hard. I know it's not easy. And lastly, try to take a break, but don't quit. Thank you.
Please, a round of applause for everyone who has been on this panel today. It has been an amazing session, right? All right. Before we leave, it's not my last word for life. I'm saying in this talk. Okay, so what I'm saying is this. I'm borrowing the words of Chukuma. Please, let's collaborate. A lot is going to happen in this community very soon. By 2022, if we all are ready, personally, I've heard some words like, there is no place to meet up, there is no hub, there is no power. I'm thinking something already. So, yeah. Yes. If we can connect very well, you know, we can do some meetups at least once a month in a provided space where there will be AC, there will be light, there will be internet, everybody will just feel themselves, you know. And there will be jollof rice too. You're gonna cook that. You're gonna cook that. Okay, so I'm thinking that already. So please, let's collaborate, let's connect, and let's.
Please, please, let's take pictures before we start going, please.
Yes, let's take.
Yeah. Hello, please, let's take pictures, please. Please, let's take pictures. Those sitting, come to the stage now. Let's take pictures. There is no time. Hello.